Unbelievable.
We start with a special showcase bout.
It's an absolute monster of a lightweight. What a moment! A history-making goal!
She wasn't going for goal, but she'll happily accept it.
It's gone all the way through, and look at this! Chewinga! Did you dare write Barcelona off?
The career of one of the all-time greats is all but over.
Nice comeback.
Uma oportunidade de dizer alguma coisa que eu acho que nunca disse.
Let's get this party started!
NFL Game Pass is now exclusively on DAZN.
Let's get this thing going.
Watch every game, plus the playoffs and Super Bowl. It's your all-access pass.
That's how you fight a southpaw. Well on his way to coming back.
Katzourakis does it again. Look at the emotion.
From the four corners of the world, to the four corners of this ring, the fight starts now! How do you like it?
Off the shoulder. So aggressive, so focused.
Look at these two guys! Still the undisputed champion of the world!
We are live from H-Town, Houston, Texas, where tonight Overtime Boxing presents OTX7, the Rumble at the Rodeo. And we welcome you inside the Owl's Nest at Red Owl Boxing, which tonight will house the first road game for Overtime Boxing as the 154-pound tournament continues in the great state of Texas. Hello everyone, I am Corey Erdman alongside Ak and Barak. Pleased to be calling the action for you all night long from here at ringside. And guys, as mentioned, first road game for us here at Overtime Boxing, and the party seems to have traveled here to Red Owl.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, the execs at OTX kept saying, we're going to bring the show to the road. It's going to be the same type of vibe. I didn't believe them, but I walk in here, I see the tables, I see the sofa. They brought that ATL vibe to H-Town.
Yo, check it out. OTX is like magicians. They take the blanket up, they cover any venue, any arena, they drop it, and this is what you get. You get a magnificent OTX vibe.
We got a great card coming your way here tonight. Let's take a look at tonight's fight card. Plenty of action coming your way, which will kick off with this one between Breon Gorham and the Legacy, Luis Baltazar III. It's the first appearance on Overtime for Gustavo Rivera, the Mexican amateur standout, as he takes on the veteran Alexander Espinoza. One of the stars of Season 1 of Overtime Boxing, Liana Cruz, will take on the former world champion Nancy Franco. It's an all-Texas shootout. Houston versus San Antonio as Giovanni Marquez takes on Jason Limon. In our co-main event, our first of 2 tournament fights here tonight as Robert Terry takes on the late replacement Esteban Villalobos. And in our main event from Greece, but now making his home here in H-Town, Andreas Katzourakis will take on Kudratillo Abdukakhorov. So 2 tournament fights coming your way here tonight, guys. We got the tournament kicked off last month in Atlanta in a big way. Brandon Adams and Francisco Varone turning in fantastic performances to kick things off, and really, as the tournament was designed, boosted their careers once again.
No question. And people are saying that Brandon Adams is the favorite in this tournament. I think the Punisher and Katz, they beg to differ on that. Look, the 154-pound division is becoming one of the hottest in boxing. No question about it. You got Spence going up there, Crawford going up there, you got Tim Tszyu, you got Fondora. This tournament is very key right now. It might be early, but the winner of this tournament could potentially be facing one of those guys down the line.
Damn, so soon? He jumping fast. Listen, I heard you hit that 5-syllable name so smooth. That was really good. No, but you might be right. This is the best division in boxing. And the thing about tournaments is that you know who you're gonna fight. Nobody can dodge anybody. Like literally, it's written 3-4 fights ago, you're gonna fight the best and that's it.
Yeah, so let's take a look at that bracket right now. Of course, we know that Brandon Adams, Francisco Varone, they are advancing. You see them on the left side of your screen. Then tonight, Katzourakis and Abdukakhorov will go at it, and Esteban Villalobos and Robert Terry, you see on the right side of your screen. The winners of those fights will face off, and then later on this year, we'll see those semifinals. So you're right, guys. These guys have been able to scout one another, and you know, a lot of people are saying that Brandon Adams is the favorite in this tournament, but one guy that a lot of people are focused on is Andreas Katzourakis. He's in our main event. He's from here in Houston, and he really put on a show in season 1 of Overtime Boxing. Just an all-out TV-friendly fighter, as this footage obviously displays.
You know, some of these guys have an 8-0 record, 9-0 record. There's something about Katz. That's what I call him, Katz. He's special. He has a really seasoned pro style. He's in the pocket, short punches. He's just already a good fighter already.
Yeah, no doubt about it. But you know who I'm looking forward to seeing? My man Giovanni Marquez. You talked about it earlier. He wants to be the face of OTX. I think today he has that opportunity to do so. He has that competition. You got Elijah Pierce. You got guys like David Lopez who are gunning for that spot. But if he has a standout performance today, I think he solidifies that spot for now.
Yeah, so let's talk about that fight, because obviously a lot of people from the Greek community, they're here to see Katzourakis, but a lot of the local audience tuning in for that Texas shootout between Gio Marquez and Jason Limon. It's Houston versus San Antonio. Last time we saw Giovanni Marquez in there with Jason Velez. Didn't get the stoppage that some people may have wanted, but again, that's a very experienced guy. But Barack, this is a very different kind of test, the one that you see young prospects take early in their career, where you face another prospect who is as hungry as you are. It's that kind of 50-50 fight that you want prospects in.
Houston, we may have a problem. Who knows? You know, one thing about, well, 2 things about having a fight at home. You can either have that hometown jitters, or you can be, you know, you want to show out because you're in front of your hometown crowd. But I love it. That's what we do here at OTX. We put the, you know, the fighters at a 50-50.
Speaking of showing out, his father talked about the fact that he wanted that bonus money in the last fight. He kind of gassed out by shooting his load early in the fight, gunning for the knockout. So they say they're revamping in training and they're going to pace themselves. They're still going for the knockout, but they're not rushing it.
Well, Marquez and Limon entering the building just moments ago. Obviously a short drive for Gio Marquez from the other end of town. You see him entering with his father, Raul Marquez. And Gio Marquez spent some of that bonus money on off-whites, I think, last time. Am I right?
Yes, he absolutely did. But listen, this is what we're going to have to do. We're going to have to start doing the Ak and Barack drip check. You know what I mean? Because you're just coming in too plain. You look too comfortable. You look too comfortable. We're going to have to do something.
At least Giovanni had the OTX sauce swag, so I give him a pass.
Listen, guys, give him a pass. It's 100 degrees here in Houston. We've got a fan man to our right and not the kind
I'm
that
still
interrupts
sweating.
fights. The one that can enable them to go on, enable us to do our job. So, listen, Corey says these fits are okay.
Okay. We'll give him a pass.
But I'm the fit doctor, though.
That's true, yeah, that's right. Well, obviously, many innovations here at Overtime Boxing. We mentioned some of those KO bonuses that have enabled fighters to buy sneakers, for example. Let's take a look at some of those innovations from Overtime Boxing. The Overtime rules. There are knockout bonuses for knockouts at any point during the night, but there are extra bucks coming your way if you can do it in the money rounds, the first or last round of a fight. And that last round could include an overtime round. That's right, if we are at a standstill, if we're at a draw at the end of the scheduled number of rounds, we will go to an overtime round, which we have seen once thus far in Overtime Boxing. We'll see if we'll get a bonus round again here tonight, but we are ready for our opening contest as we take a look at the tail of the tape. Brian Gorham taking on Jose Luis Baltazar III, the legacy. You see Baltazar enjoying both a height and reach advantage in our opening contest. Two prospects going at it as we kick things off. Let's take a closer look at both these fighters.
I feel like it's going to be brutal. What sets me apart, I feel like just my athleticism, my skill set.
It motivates me a lot because I know that people are underestimating me, but it's good to be the underdog. My boxing style is counterpuncher, but also puncher brawler.
I come from a family of boxers. I had uncles that box, grandpas, so it was kind of a generational thing.
I love boxing because it comes from my family. It's something that's in my bloodline, and I'm very proud of it.
I feel like he should fear me because I'm coming to destroy him. I work hard, and I feel like somebody has to pay for it.
It would take for me to be the last man standing. I have a lot of heart. I feel like he hasn't faced nobody like me, and we're here for the long run. I'm ready, I'm here. I want this spot as much as you do, so we're gonna see who's gonna go home with the victory.
I feel like I'm ready. We did everything and left everything in training camp. We worked hard, we left no stones unturned, and we ready for fight night. My final message to Luis is be ready, because I'm ready.
Making his ring walk, fighting out of the RGV, Jose Luis Baltazar III.
Well, that's not Stone Cold Steve Austin coming through the overtime, that's Jose Luis Baltazar III. Is he gonna smash some C4 energy cans together, guys?
Maybe so, I don't know.
Well,
you get a bigger check,
He might need one. Jose Luis Baltazar III, obviously the third in the Baltazar family legacy of fighters. His grandfather fought Tony Ayala in the final fight of his professional career. His father, also a boxer, but guys, they didn't actually want Luis III to fight. They tried to hide it from him that they were boxers.
No, not only that, he actually put him inside the ring against an experienced fighter so he can beat his behind to send him home, but the trainers in the gym were saying, yo, he's good and he can take a shot. So there was no way around it. He was destined for it.
You know what it is that you got a kid that has more than one gift. That's all it is. He's a brilliant, brilliant kid. So you're like, okay, you're gonna be my smart child.
In the red corner, repping the HTX, it is grind time. Brian Gorham.
Well, an all WWE theme here in terms of the entrances. As you hear those horns, that only means the sound of platinum recording artist John Cena.
You know, I like the crowd, the whole team behind him. It's just so nostalgic when you have your whole entourage with you. I'm not so much for the by himself, the fighter by himself. I like this.
This is Brian Gorham, 16-0. We last saw him here at Red Owl Boxing in Houston, scoring an 8-round unanimous decision over Wilfredo Flores. He got dropped in that fight, guys. It was a little bit of a gut check fight, and Gorham really proved that he is a prospect that you want to keep your eye on. He had to battle through something in that fight.
Yeah, those type of fights and those knockdowns, they either make you or break you, and he's on the path that didn't stop him.
Well, it's a learning experience, you know, but you have to be smart enough to learn from that experience. So we're going to see tonight, you know, if there's any adjustments that he made.
Gorham enjoying some of this Houston exposure, now making his home in Houston, Texas. All but 2 of his fights have taken place in Mexico, now getting this exposure in the United States. He was born in Gary, Indiana, the home of the legendary Tony Zale, who was inducted into the International Boxing Hall of Fame in 1991. Also the hometown of a famous guy by the name of Michael Jackson.
Wow.
This should be a banger of an opening contest. Gorham and Baltazar ready to go.
From the Red Owl Boxing Arena, Houston, Texas. The newest proving ground in professional boxing, OTX Friday Night Fights hits the road. Powered by C4 Energy, energy that hits. Find it at any local GNC this contest. 6 rounds or less in the super lightweight division. Our judges scoring the action ringside. We have Randy Russell, along with Wilfredo Espelon and Alejandro Leon. Presenting first, the fighter in the blue corner. This college graduate with boxing in his DNA enters the OTX ring, looking to give his opposition their toughest test to date with an outstanding record of 12 victories against 1 defeat, 1 bout even, 5 of those victories coming by way of KO. Fighting out of the RGV, y Puro Reynosa, Tamaulipas, Mexico. El tercero, Jose Luis Baltazar III. Across the ring in the red corner, his motto is chances make champions now. He follows in the footsteps of his Golden Glove winning family as he faces his toughest opposition to date and puts his undefeated record on the line inside the OTX ring, consisting of 16 victories, no losses, 13 of those victories coming by way of knockout. Representing H-Town, Houston, Texas, and fighting out of Lopez Boxing, Baytown. It is grind time. Breon Gorham. With final instructions and final words, referee John Shorley.
Okay, this shot's good here. Give me a good, clean fight. Obey my commands. Protect yourselves at all times. Touch gloves. Good luck.
Here we go, Houston. Pick a side. Is it going to be red or is it going to be blue?
We are ready to go. Our opening contest here in the super lightweight division, Breon Gorham and Luis Baltazar III. 6 rounds in the 140-pound division. And we are underway. You see Gorham in the blue and red trunks, Baltazar in the trunks, the colors of the Mexican flag.
Both very nice trunks, I'll tell you. Both guys look great.
As you see, this is the money round. Just a reminder, the fighters will collect a knockout bonus if they can score a stoppage. And if you want a chance to win $100, if there is a knockout in the money round tonight, comment #moneyround on the money round post on the Overtime Boxing Instagram page for a shot to get paid.
Gorham trying to establish the jab right away. High guard.
Stiff jabs from both Gorham and Baltazar. An interesting set of circumstances here, guys, for a guy like Gorham and Baltazar, 16-0 fighter, a 12-1-1 fighter, fighting in a 6-rounder. They probably are going to be fighting at a tempo that maybe is a little bit different than they would expect.
Yeah, no doubt about it. But one thing I like about Gorham is, and even in his past fights, he has this sense of patience and he takes his time. He doesn't waste too many shots, which essentially is good for condition-wise.
Shot to the body there from Baltazar. Comes in behind that left hook.
He's landing that jab.
You know, I thought I was going to see like a big disparity in speed. I'm not seeing that.
Good right hand there from Gorham, and he follows it up with the left hook to the body.
That's a good point, Barack. Both guys seem to match each other in speed.
Right, there's not a big speed difference, but the only thing is that the sharper punches are coming from Gorham.
And I think the jab is setting the tone, even though they...
There's that jab from Gorham, and nice left hook up top there from Gorham as well, landing with a lot more velocity than the ones coming from Baltazar.
Right, and the reason why Gorham's punches are landing first is because Baltazar has this style where his head is like a little bit past his knee.
Yeah, and his hands are down. Gorham has that high guard style.
Nice right hand, and look at that left hook to the body.
I think that one hurt him.
Yeah.
I think that one hurt. Look, that right hand dropped a little bit more.
Absolutely.
I mean, to your point, Barack, not only is Baltazar's head out in front of his body, they're in front of his hands. I mean, this has been target practice for the last 30 seconds here for Gorham.
You're only supposed to do that if you're Roy Jones Jr., you know, because you're fast enough to get out of the way.
Look, Baltazar is trying to answer back. He's being beaten to the punch right now.
Oh, switch to southpaw, Baltazar.
Beautiful work. That's the lean in the... Beautiful work. Don't flex your defense. We tenderize it. We don't care about bonuses. We care about showing these people what you have about this bonuses. You work your straight shots. You're looking beautiful out there. In the pocket when he throws punches, don't try to throw punches in the middle of his combinations. Keep your defense, roll your shoulders, 1001, and then throw the punch.
Beautiful right hand. Little headbutt there, Corey.
A little bit of a clash of heads again. You know, back to the posture of Baltazar, where his head is, leaning out in front of his front foot.
Putting it out there.
We see some more head clashes here tonight, but in particular, that jab of Breon Gorham has been bouncing Baltazar's head back as we begin round two, and Gorham goes right back downstairs to the body.
And I like that early body attack. Setting the tone. Not here to play. He wants to shine tonight. And he has a live dog in front of him, so I'm not counting Baltazar out.
Gorham taking the initiative here thus far. Gorham's been spending a lot of time sparring with Shakur Stevenson here in Houston at the J. Prince Gym. Obviously, when you're in there with Shakur, those are going to be sessions that are beneficial, even if they're a little bit frustrating, in the moment.
I mean, you're talking about one of the best fighters in the world, pound for pound.
So, right hand over the top there for Gorham.
Only good lessons.
Well, when you're used to sparring with a target like Shakur Stevenson, someone like Baltazar,
a little easier to hit.
A whole lot easier.
To hit, right.
Nice right hand again over the top there from Gorham. Baltazar knocked off balance, but a bit of a footwork issue there rather than the impact of the right hand.
Baltazar looks like the bigger fighter, Corey, and he's not imposing too much of his size.
You're in the audience here in Houston, starting to chance a grind time for Breon Gorham. 23-year-old who turned pro at 19 as Gorham flashes a little head movement and defense. Comes back with a nice left hook to the body.
Love the body shot.
Absolutely everything cooking for Breon Gorham right now as he lands another flush right hand.
And as I said earlier, Corey, he's not wasting shots. He's very economical with his shots, not just trying to steamroll Baltazar, but picking his shots.
Left hook there from Gorham. Baltazar went the 10-round distance in just his 4th professional fight, which obviously is a rarity for a fighter who isn't an Olympic medalist. Going back on to what we were talking about, the pacing of the fight, I mean, this is a 10-round pace that he's cutting right now. This is a 6-round fight. It's a sprint, and Gorham right now is racing ahead.
Oh, absolutely. And Corey, his style is very similar to Floyd's new protege, Carmel Martin. He fights very similar to him. I like his style.
Nice right hand a moment ago there from Baltazar. Trying to get himself back into this fight.
Yeah.
The dominance thus far from Brian Time Gorham.
Baltazar's going to have to do something different in this next round and moving forward in the fight to maybe make Gorham honest. He has to land something.
All right, well, Barack is actually standing by with the family of Brian Gorham. Barack.
All right, yo, check this out. We're in the crowd. First of all, we're in the VIP section, and we're with the family of Gorham. We got his mother, we got his brother. Right now, is it more excitement or nerve?
More excitement. My baby is ready.
What about you? Man, I'm excited, man. He punished him, dude. All right, so what's happening right now in the fight? What does it look like that's going on?
He filling him out. He ain't looking for no knockout. He's showing his skills, and then he gonna drop him.
All right, cool. I got one more question for y'all. What time is it? All right, back to you guys.
I just checked my watch. It is indeed grind time in here.
For sure. And they seem very excited and happy because our son is having a phenomenal performance thus far.
Round 3 underway. Again, this one's scheduled for 6. Our opening contest between Brian Gorham and Luis Baltazar III.
Break, stop.
Talked about Baltazar's fighting legacy. Brian Gorham comes from a family of fighters as well, including his uncle, Duke Tanner, who was 19-0 before he was sent to prison for a drug conviction, but Duke was granted clemency in 2020 and now is back as a major part of Brian Gorham's career. He's always checking in with his nephew. And certainly, if he's tuning in here tonight, he is proud of young Brian here tonight.
No question about it. That 1-2, Corey, has been landing at will all night.
Well, and after that 1-2, we saw Gorham take that step around, add a little bit something to the 1-2, getting a little bit more creative with his offense as Baltazar tries to find something to the body, but good defense again from Gorham.
So what are you saying right now? Are you saying that you thought the fight was going to go in a different way? Is Baltazar showing that, you know, he means business? Or what?
No, I just feel that Gorham is too much for him right now. I think that, you know, we say it often in boxing, levels, right? He's showing that he's a few levels above him, and he wants to make a statement tonight, and so far he's making it.
This left hook there from Gorham. The loss on Baltazar's record came in 2021. It was a loss to Eric Garcia, who was 12-4-1 at the time, so that may be indicative of the level that Baltazar is at. And again, we were talking to Baltazar. Listen, this is a guy with ambitions outside of boxing as well. This is a guy with a full-time career with a salary and a pension outside of the ring.
Right, and I'm saying, you know, I'm not counting any fighter out, you know, all right, maybe some of them, but I'm not counting Baltazar. Good right hand.
Blasted with a right hand from Gorham.
And when I see young fighters like Gorham going to the body at this stage in his career, it's a good sign, because young fighters, especially with good amateur backgrounds, tend to fight like amateurs early on in their career.
Right.
That stiff jab just has not stopped.
Good catch.
Hard right hand again from Gorham. A little more zip on those shots from Gorham here in round 3.
And Barack, I think at this point, Gorham's speed is a bit faster than Baltazar's.
Oh, now, yeah.
Hard right hand again, and Baltazar is hurt. And down he goes. A delayed reaction from Baltazar after that right hand.
Wow, that was a powerful right hand.
What a shot from Brian Gorham.
And him spinning off to the left and landing that left hook after was the one that really did the damage. That foot movement, because the way he walks up, it doesn't seem like he has great footwork, but he does when he's in motion.
Yes. And you talk about the change in speed now, the difference in speed now is Gorham invested in that body, you know, and then he started to hurt him up top.
Well, guys, we're taking the tape off in the blue corner right now. There's the possibility that this fight is over as we look back at this knockdown.
They're not just retaping that fist or what? Oh, wow.
And that is it. Brian Gorham. You can head to the bank on Monday morning. The knockout bonus up for grind time.
You know, normally you would say that fathers want to push their sons to go too far. This father is saying, no, you had enough. And I'm not mad at that.
Baltazar obviously outgunned in this one. And his father made the decision that he didn't want to see anymore. What a performance from Brian Gorham, the best of his career. As we see the show of respect from Gorham and Baltazar. And in speaking with Gorham yesterday, Barak, he was telling us about the excitement and nerves he felt heading into his last fight against Wilfredo Flores and how that plagued him a little bit. He was a little bit over-anxious in that fight. We didn't see that at all here tonight, and we saw a faster, more powerful version of him, maybe because of that.
Absolutely, I do think that's what it was. You know, he was a little bit more calm. Even his parents, you see me speak to his parents, they weren't nervous. They were hugging each other, just calm, and I think that calmness showed tonight. You know, some fighters, they learned how to use that nervousness to their favor, and some don't. So he proved tonight that he made the adjustments he needed to make.
Ladies and gentlemen, between rounds, the blue corner informs referee John Shorley the fighter can no longer continue, obligating him to stop this contest with an official time of 10 seconds of round number 4. Your winner, by way of technical knockout and still undefeated, it's grind time, Brian Gorham.
Set your clocks to grind time. Brian Gorham is one to watch in the coming years. Now 17-0, and clearly with a fan base behind him here in Houston, Barak, which is as important as your talent level at this stage in your career.
Yes, 17-0, 14 knockouts. That's why, Corey, 14 knockouts. The kid can punch. He can punch, but he can box as well.
All right, well, Ak is standing by with Brian Gorham. Ak.
All right, so you faced a little adversity in last fight, and going into this fight, people were saying this is going to be your toughest test. You showed that you were levels and levels above Baltazar. What has happened since your last fight and tonight?
I just sharpened on the things I need to sharpen on. Like I said before, my last fight I came out excited. I was coming out looking for a knockout. This fight, it was different. I came out here and I stuck to coach's game plan, stayed solid defense. I worked behind the jab, and we got the job done.
The body attack seemed like you started it early in the fight. Was that part of the game plan? We want to slow him down early. From the first round, you were landing the left hook and straight rights to the body.
Yes, that was definitely the game plan. We knew that he was a high output fighter, so we stuck to the game, worked behind the one, and set the body shots up from on the one.
Well, look, you obviously made a statement tonight for sure, and you brought a heavy crowd with you. Any words for the people that came out to support and the people in Houston tonight?
Before I get to that, I want to thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for guiding me to this victory. I want to thank him for my team. Coach Lopez, Juan Luis, Saul Gonzalez. I'm thankful for the whole team, Lopez Boxing Club back at home. I want to tell my fans, I'm thankful for y'all for supporting me because nobody has to support me, but they do, and I'm thankful for that.
About your family that's back.
My family, they know. I'm thankful for them too as well, man. They molded me to be a good young man and work towards my dreams, and that's what we're doing.
Congratulations, phenomenal performance.
I want to give a shout out, happy birthday to my second dad, Saul Gonzalez, man. Happy birthday, Pop. I love you.
Happy birthday to the second. Congratulations, young man. Great performance. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Ak. What a performance from Breon Gorham. What a way to kick things off for us here in Houston. The first time overtime boxing goes on the road, and look what happens. You discover new talent like this. Breon Gorham, a prospect to watch. Now 17-0.
Well, now we know how he's so good. He's thinking Canelo. Canelo's in his corner.
That's right. As we take a look at the CompuBox punch stats. And look at that, 199 thrown punches from Breon Gorham. In just a short period of time, landing at a 32% clip and landing at 64 punches. Ultimately, it was that right hand, the delayed reaction, and the left hook that wiped the table that kept Luis Baltazar down. The family of Baltazar deciding that was enough. What a night for Breon Gorham as we take a look back at some of the highlights. Ak, you just had a chance to speak to Breon Gorham. Obviously a well-spoken young man, and what a performance we saw to him here tonight.
Listen, he has obviously has a great support system, Corey. I mean, these people are behind him heavy, great training team. I see a lot of good things for this kid in the future.
Breon Gorham now 17-0. There's that right hand. And look at the pivot and a beautiful left hook. That is just how you would draw it up. Breon Gorham getting things started for us here in Houston. And you see there the decision being made even before the referee knew, and the celebration from the Gorham family, well deserved. It is grind time here in Houston. All right, well, as Breon Gorham celebrates, Barack is standing by with one of the stars of Season 1 of Overtime Boxing. You'll see her later on tonight, Liana Cruz.
Okay, I'm here with Liana, Bumblebee Cruz, float like a butterfly, sting like a bumblebee. All right, listen, last-minute replacement, that kind of sucks, but you're fighting a former champion. You know, 10 years ago, she was a champion. How do you feel about that?
That's 10 years ago, that ain't now. So it's like I'm fighting a former world champion that was a champ 10 years ago when I was in high school.
Sound like a little hating.
I mean, to me, she not, like, whatever. She's a former world champ, but to me, she's just anybody.
No doubt, but she's experienced. But listen, you're a former bar fighter, right? What's more exciting? What gets the adrenaline popping in? Fighting in a bar or fighting in the ring?
Definitely in the ring, just because, you know, I put a lot into this. I put my life on the line. I mean, fighting in bars is not really the wave, so I think boxing's where it's all at.
No doubt. Well, good luck, champ. All right, our sponsors are C4 Energy, energy that hits. And you know how you could be part of the show? Go to the Overtime Instagram page and vote for the top fighter of the night. That might just be you, right? What's good? All right, back to you guys.
So Liana Cruz, Nancy Franco coming up later on, but coming up next, Gustavo El Dorado Rivera will be taking on the Supernova Alexander Espinoza in super featherweight action.
Giving boxing exactly what he needs. The best be the best. Estrada's a huge star, risking it all. Talk about pound for pound great fighters, Bam Rodriguez.
Once we're in that ring, there's no respect.
This kid is super special.
From here on out, it's just big fight after big fight. I can't wait to put on the show.
A fight of the year contender written all over it.
Hawaiian punch. Get it?
Well, as we enjoy some Hawaiian punch here ringside, we take a look at the tail of the tape for our next contest. Gustavo Rivera, with over 150 amateur fights under his belt, be taking on the veteran Alexander Espinoza. You see Rivera will enjoy a big height and reach advantage, as Espinoza, a natural 115-pounder, coming up in weight for a big opportunity tonight against Rivera.
My name is Gustavo Rivera Rio. Soy Alexander Espinoza de Managua, Nicaragua. I'm currently 9-0 with 7 knockouts, and I come all the way from Mexico City. Ya se han dicho que los gallos viejos con el ala matan, y yo tengo mucha experiencia en esto. When you speak about boxing in my country, you have to do it with respect. I have that confidence that I come from a fighting country, because I know that in Mexico we don't fear nobody. Tengo mucha técnica, agallas sobre todo, y no me voy a dejar caer en ningún momento. Yo mismo decirme, yo puedo, yo lo hago, tengo que hacerlo. I'm truly expecting to get into a very, very exciting fight for the fans. Demos el mejor show que podamos dar. Yo voy a dar lo mejor de mí para ser el ganador. I'm gonna put my heart on the line.
In the blue corner, making his ring walk, the globe-trotting brawler, Alexander Espinoza.
So the 31-year-old Alexander Supernova Espinoza makes his way to the ring, starting what he calls his redemption tour. He's lost 5 of his last 6 bouts, but tonight feels that he's in a different place and is ready to spring the upset here tonight. Espinoza from Nicaragua has obviously been in the shadow of Chocolatito Gonzalez for the bulk of his career. He was on the Nicaraguan amateur team, but then was fighting at 115 pounds in the same weight neighborhood as Chocolatito. Felt he didn't necessarily get some of the opportunities that he deserved earlier in his career, trying to make up for lost time here tonight.
Yeah, but I don't know. You got to prove it in the ring, buddy. You know what I mean? And what's funny to me is that he loves Roman, respects him, but who did he say his favorite fighter was? Meldrick Taylor.
That's right. He named his son after Meldrick Taylor.
Amazing.
He remember sitting on his father's lap watching that Chavez-Meldrick Taylor first fight, and he, like a lot of other people, felt like he was robbed.
Right. Maybe identifying with the injustice that Meldrick Taylor suffered last night, allegedly.
Guillermo Rigondeaux is another big, one of his favorites as well.
Last saw Espinoza dropping a 6-round unanimous decision to Rene Moreno in Commerce, California in March of this year. Espinoza trying to stop the downward trajectory in his career by springing the upset here tonight.
In the red corner, representing the Aztec capital, Gustavo Rivera Rio.
So the 21-year-old Gustavo Rivera making his way to the ring. A big introduction to the audience here in the United States. And now training in Houston with Ronnie Shields and his trainer here tonight, Latravia Pierce, the understudy of Ronnie Shields, who told us that when she first heard the punches of Gustavo Rivera in the gym, she turned around and thought, look, where is that coming from? These punches sound different.
I love to hear the origins of all of these stories. You know, the Pacquiaos, like guys like this, small guys, but pack a punch.
We last saw Rivera scoring a first-round stoppage over Brian Sanchez in December of last year. This is a Mexican national amateur champion, a multi-time medalist at the Mexican National Championships, and spent 4 years on Mexico's national amateur team as well.
And with all that being said, well-spoken in the English language. I mean, he speaks better English than some people I know from America.
Yeah, you.
Probably.
We continue with the action inside Red Owl Arena, Houston, Texas, as boxing's newest proving ground hits the road. It is OTX Friday Night Fights, powered by C4 Energy. Energy that hits, find it at any local GNC. This contest, 8 rounds or less in the super featherweight division. Our judges are Randy Russell, Will Esperon, and Alejandro Leon. Introducing first, in the blue corner, this globe-trotting brawler has traveled the world fighting some of the top prospects in the sport. Tonight, in his 30th professional bout, he is making his OTX debut with 21 victories against 6 losses, 2 draws, 8 of his victories coming by way of knockout. 100% Nicoya, from Managua, Nicaragua, Alexander Supernova Espinosa. His counterpart in the red corner, after an outstanding amateur career including a Golden Glove medal, as well as 5-time national Mexican championships. Tonight, he takes up a level in competition as he makes his U.S. debut, as well as his first bout inside the OTX ring with an undefeated record of 9 victories. 7 of those victories coming by way of KO. Fighting out of Houston, Texas, and representing La Ciudad de Mexico, DF, El Dorado, Gustavo Rivera Rio. With final instructions and final words, referee James Green.
Okay, gentlemen, you got your instructions in the dressing room. I want you to protect yourself at all times. At all times, I want you to obey my command. Touch them up, back to your corner.
Houston, who you got? Pick your sides. Is it going to be red corner or blue corner?
We are ready to go. 8 rounds in the super featherweight division. Big step up for Gustavo Rivera to make a big first impression on his new hometown crowd here in Houston, Texas, the pride of Acapulco, Mexico. Now living and training here in Houston as the money round 1 begins. And if you want a chance to win $100, if there's a knockout during the money round tonight, comment #moneyround on the money round post on the Overtime Boxing Instagram page for a shot to get paid.
Hey, fellas, you know, often in boxing we talk about being active and being consistent. His fights, Rio's fights, all 9 of them were in 2023. So talk about activity.
Well, just like Floyd Mayweather, Rivera did the same thing from his book. You know, fighting 9 fights in 1 year.
Good shot over the top there from Rivera. That right hand connected, and so did that left hook.
It's safe to say he's not a slow starter.
Bad intentions on every shot.
Not a bad strategy here, guys, to see for Rivera if he can just physically overwhelm Espinosa, who, again, is more of a natural 115-pounder fighting up here tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. Ring reconnaissance.
And it's coming off a few losses on top of that.
He attempted to pull a counter right there, but said, you know, let me rethink that. I don't have the proper distance.
Hard shot there from Rivera. Nice left hook up top.
Bit of a Canelo peekaboo style, hard left hooks upstairs and downstairs, which Canelo, the great Saul Alvarez, does often.
Espinosa's not always this tentative. I guess he feels the power of Rivera early.
Oh, yeah.
Espinosa looking for that Left uppercut there a moment ago. Rivera throwing everything hard here in the early going, but there's a nice shot from Espinoza.
Good left hook following after that right hand. I mean, left uppercut after that right hand.
Nice 1-2 right down the middle there from Espinoza as well.
A little partially blocked.
Well, you said it, Corey, early in the round. I mean, this is obviously his biggest test in Rivera, so in Espinoza.
Nice uppercut there from Rivera. That one pops the head back of Espinoza. You see the look of frustration on Espinoza's face a moment ago. And hard shot there from Espinoza, and that is indeed a knockdown. The glove of Rivera touched the canvas, and the count administered. But what a turnaround for Alexander Espinoza in the opening round. That's a 10-8 round as he uncorks another right hand.
Doesn't seem like he was hurt though, but a little off balance and his glove did touch. So.
Well, he's getting touched up now,
Yes.
and he definitely wasn't hurt in that knockdown. He was off balance, but it is what it is. And I think he's going to kick himself when he sits down on that stool.
I think experience kicked in that first round. Interesting turn of events.
If he's waiting to counter you and catch you on the in-between of that. I want you staying sharp. I need everything tight. Not down here. I need it up here, tight. Okay? Keep back on that double jab right here. When you see him back up, shoot it again. Attack to the body and move. Do not stand in front of him. Do not wait. We can't do that. If you're in front of him, I need the head here, here. Step. Okay?
I love when trainers give specific instructions, you know, because this right here, boom, he missed that left hook. Now, because he swung and he missed, it made him off balance already, so that shot just put him down. Swung, missed, he moved that front foot, which should have stayed planted, and he got caught.
So round 2 underway. Good start for Alexander Espinoza, and a learning moment there for Gustavo Rivera.
You know, what's going to be interesting is looking at the cards in the end. Let's see if the judges gave him a 10-8 round. Because when you're winning every minute of the round and then all of a sudden something like that, just an off-balance shot, maybe it won't be a 10-8.
Yeah, I guess the question is if you thought that was a truly one-sided round prior to that knockdown. Generally speaking, if you score a knockdown, unless it's an absolute miracle, it's going to be a 10-8 round.
Especially with the fact that he got hit with several shots after that knockdown.
Right.
Or enough to get that a 10-8 round.
Nice body work here from Espinoza.
Oh, good right hand by Espinoza.
I think that knockdown gave Espinoza a little too much confidence, and I think he's going to deal with some trouble now moving forward.
Well, this is something that Espinoza has been criticized for in the past. After the Andrew Maloney fight on the Haney Cambosis undercard, there were members of the Nicaraguan press that criticized him, who said when things aren't going his way, he just loses focus. But now we're seeing the opposite. When things are going his way, it's a big ego boost, and you see him starting to operate on a different level.
Well, he needs to start off doing well then, for his sake.
Or maybe it's just like what you said earlier, Corey, it's just redemption.
People writing him off.
Yeah, it's redemption time. And you said that, you know, maybe he's a little too confident now, but he's landing shots.
No.
Espinoza is landing shots.
I didn't say it was in a bad way. I said the knockdown actually gave him the confidence he needed.
Okay.
And he's using it well now.
Okay.
Rivera looking for a home run counter uppercut there a moment ago. Espinoza getting out of the way.
Espinoza's winning this second round, guys.
I agree. I mean, Rivera was not hurt from the knockdown. I just don't know why he's not letting his hands go as much.
He needs to do a bit more of that.
Right. While I'm saying it, he doesn't. Thank you.
I mean, these guys are fighting now. We have a fight on our hands.
Yeah, good body work going in both directions right now from Rivera and Espinoza.
It's interesting how one knockdown can kind of shift a fight. Because as that first round started, Rivera was smoking. But now, energy is shifting.
About 20 seconds here of round 2. Now Espinoza looks for an uppercut.
Good overhand right off the spin.
Nice chopping shot there from Rivera. You see the complaint from Espinoza, not acknowledged by the official. Oh, big uppercut there from Rivera. That mouthpiece landed in the front row, and Espinoza still fighting back. What a way to close.
With a real good shot, he stops, as to say, like, what are you doing?
I'll tell you one thing, though. He got his mouthpiece knocked out of him, and he was still swinging on the ropes.
Hey, papá, se está quedando esa izquierda aquí abajo. Quiero representar la bandera de mi país en donde esté y en todos los lugares que vaya a pelear. Me da gusto saber de que soy de Nicaragua y represento muy orgullosamente a mi país. Y aunque no he sido campeón del mundo, pero mi sueño es serlo, quiero destacarme como uno de los mejores de mi país. Trabaja yo ya y luego la derecha, campeón. Con experiencia que estás ganando, yo agarro la silla.
Here's the uppercut. Boom, that knocked the mouthpiece of Espinoza almost to the corner of Rivera.
Was that enough to give Rivera that round? That's the question. Hard round.
Good question, good question.
Round 3 underway. Certainly the most memorable moment of round 2, no doubt, there for Gustavo Rivera as they trade left hooks on the inside. This is a physical battle on the inside here between Rivera and Espinoza.
I'll tell you what's a telling tale in this fight, guys. It seems like Rivera can't really hurt Espinoza to this point. And I think that's a little discouraging for him.
He stunned him a couple of times. Even the jab a few seconds ago kind of stopped him for a second, but you know, he just regains and comes right back at you.
Well, I think also what we're seeing here, guys, is this is, you know, as much as you look at this fight on paper and you see a fading veteran in Espinoza against an undefeated prospect, you think the matchup is what it is. This is a level of complexity in Espinoza that Rivera has not seen in his young pro career yet. He has just been blasting through guys, and now he has a guy who's been there on the world level in front of him.
That's a good point.
And as I mentioned earlier, I mean, all in 1 year, so this is a fast track. Yes, he had an extended amateur career, but this is different. And maybe he needs this type of fight.
Well, nice right hand there from Espinoza.
Yeah, every fighter needs this kind of fight, but what I'm saying is that he's very experienced, you know, Espinoza, but he's not doing any veteran tricks. He's just in front of your face throwing punches. That's it, and he's getting caught a lot himself.
Yeah.
So some things just got to get tweaked with Rivera.
Yeah, I would say it's not necessarily veteran tricks, to your point, it's veteran confidence. Espinoza is just letting his hands go, and it's working.
I think one lesson here for young prospects like Rivera, not loading up on every shot, and maybe place your shots, take your time, and then rip. Every shot he's throwing is with bad intentions.
And that's the thing, because when you're 9-0 and you got 7 knockouts, what do you think? You think you got the eraser.
And then you learn your lesson, but you don't.
And this is the fight where you're longer, you're taller. Maybe you should be boxing. Maybe you should be boxing from that distance right there.
All right, hand there from Rivera. You're right, takes a half step back and is able to throw that right hand straight down the pipe.
And Barack, that's a good point, because he does seem like the more technically sound fighter with a very extended amateur career. He's not using, looks like the body shot might have hurt him a little bit.
Yeah, that was a nice left hand to the body there from Espinoza, as things working momentarily pretty well for Espinoza as a lefty. Uh-oh. Yeah, now the mouthpiece out of Rivera. Espinoza getting a little payback for the end of round 2, now knocking Rivera's mouthpiece loose at the end of round 3.
He's looking more comfortable in there, Espinoza is, like he's been there before.
How many times you see the fighter who gets his mouthpiece knocked out go at the other fighter hard like that?
Hey, listen, you did a better job of coming back to the jab. When you landed beautifully and you work behind it. When you go to the body, it's beautiful work to the body, but I need you to step back and come back to the jab. No waiting in front of him. You had him good and hurt when you got him against the ropes there, but then you right in front of him, okay? I need you to get back up on that jab. You don't need to load to look for it. It's there. Do not load up and open yourself up like that. Here, side, move, step, back on your jab. It's gonna come. Don't rush it. It was a good round. I need you to keep working like that.
Great jab by Rivera, but that right hand from Espinoza knocked him out. He even gave Rivera time to look at it as it fell.
As Pierce's trainer mentioned, we need to see more tap, tap, then rip. Stop loading up on every shot.
I agree.
Round 4 underway of an excellent fight thus far between Gustavo Rivera and the veteran Alexander Espinoza. Good body work there from Espinoza a moment ago, but back comes Rivera with some good shots of his own. Look at this exchange on the inside.
This is a good scrap right in the middle of the ring.
No, this is a war.
You know, Espinoza's told us yesterday that he's going to shock people tonight. And
I'm interested in thinking what's going through the mind of Rivera's corner. Latravia, are you there? We're going to speak to her a little bit later because I want to know what's going through her mind. Because some of these rounds are a little close. I can't say definitively who won that last round.
I'm right there with you.
Do it again. Stay on it.
She's saying to stay on. I heard that. And I'm like, is that... Okay, switching English, but is that the best or?
Well, I mean, I think he needs to throw more than one shot at a time, and he's doing it. He's throwing at least 2 3-punch combinations, but maybe not put all that steam on every shot.
Gotta like the pivots from Rivera on the inside as well, using his feet a little bit more. Just trading shots with Espinoza has allowed Espinoza to very much be in this fight so far. There's a triple jab from Rivera to back him up.
Rivera has loaded up on some big shots and landed, but he hasn't been able to hurt Espinoza the way you would think,
or the way he expected. Right. And I'm giving Rivera this round right here. Espinoza output is not exactly the same as the last round.
And
maybe he's a little bit tired. I don't know.
Espinoza tried to turn the tables a little bit here. Started this round on the perimeter. Oh, quick combination on the inside. Beautiful uppercut to finish that off.
Great body shot. Oh, great body attack from both sides.
Both of these guys' chins are getting checked and tested together.
And bodies.
This is the test that Rivera said he wanted. To this point, he's only faced one fighter with a winning record, and that man, Ricardo Rosas, was only 7-6 at the time. So, again, when we said this is a big step up, it is a massive step up for Rivera tonight.
And it doesn't mean he can't deal with it. You know, many great fighters had easy starts in their careers.
Double left hook by Espinoza.
Well, that inner voice that's in my head before the last round is to give it my all. I'm really excited. This is my first time fighting here in the United States. So of course it's a big step up in my career. I'm not looking just to get the victory. I want to put on a great performance for the fans. I want to put on a show and make the people ask themselves when am I going to see this guy fight again.
That was that beautiful 3-punch combination at Espinoza that you said that he ended with the uppercut. Probably the best combination of that round.
Round 5 underway as Alexander Espinoza is on what he calls his redemption tour, looking for a big upset over the undefeated prospect Gustavo Rivera. And listen, even if you don't have him ahead in this fight, he has Rivera dragged into an absolute battle right now, guys.
Yes, and he's going to get another phone call after this fight, win or lose.
Oh, yeah.
I tell you what, guys, I have this fight pretty even.
4 rounds. All right, so it's 2-2?
2 apiece.
Well, and the knockdown, of course, may loom large in this fight. For Alexander Espinoza, who at one point was ranked in the top 15 by the WBA, if not for a debatable loss to Mikhail Aloyan, one that his team protested to the WBA, he probably would have been a top 5 fighter at that point. So again, this is a guy who has been at the top levels of the sport.
And credit to Rivera for dealing with all that experience and the firepower coming back at him. He's still moving forward.
Yeah. I just think that he just needs a plan B. That's it. Not to say that he's not being effective when he lets his hands go, but he's taking shots as well.
Yeah. Unnecessary shots at times. He hasn't really used his jab at all this entire fight.
Yeah, and it's not like he's getting hurt by these shots, but he's getting hit. And you don't want to just give away rounds.
Those body shots weren't low like that. They were pretty on the money.
That was a good body shot.
Body shots there. The harder ones coming from Rivera right now as he backs Espinoza up. Rivera just using sheer physicality right now to try and bully Alexander Espinoza.
He just missed with that left hand, Rivera. I think if that landed, he probably got the response he wanted.
And Espinoza answers back with a 1-2. Espinoza's corner is very confident. They're in a good place right now.
That was a low blow.
That was on the hip. You see, I mean, I would love for him to use that jab more often and set his distance and then land those big shots.
Right, there's the distance he should fight at right there. Right. He can reach Espinoza, but Espinoza can't reach him, but he gives it up.
He likes to be in the pocket.
Gives it away every time.
Espinoza just continues to be sneaky on the inside. Landing a couple shots, Rivera did as well.
Very sneaky. It's a perfect word for Espinoza.
Listen, to the people watching and listening to us, it's not like we don't love what's going on. We're just giving the keys to victory for either fighter. That's it.
What an exchange here from Rivera and Espinoza as Espinoza gets the final word in round 5.
Muy bien. ¿Qué es lo que ves? ¿Qué es lo que ves tú? Ganando. No, tú vas ganando. Pero ¿qué es lo que ves en él? ¿Qué está fallando? Su derecha está muy buena arriba. Su derecha está bien arriba. Mira, cuando esté cerradito, trabaja al cuerpo y arriba, como estaba diciendo. Cuando estés alejado, brother, 1-1-2, pero por arriba. Trabájale el doble llama al pecho y trabaja su derecha por arriba de su guardia. ¿Listo? Doble llama al pecho y trabaja su derecha por arribita de la guardia. Se baja su mano. Su mano derecha se baja. Vamos, dale.
Well, coming up next, you see her there, Leanna Cruz will be taking on the former world champion, Nancy Franco. What a late replacement they found for that one, Nancy Franco. More on that in just a few moments, but Franco basically getting here in less than 24 hours to step in for this fight. Unbelievable.
Great heart for the former champ.
Great heart being shown here from both Gustavo Rivera and Alexander Espinoza. And Espinoza, listen guys, the reality is when you see a guy like Espinoza, when you see this career trajectory, a guy moving up in weight as the losses start to pile up, when you see a matchup like this on BoxRec, you assume that a guy like Espinoza is going to start getting stopped in fights like this. But he has not acted like a guy who is ready to take a knee in this fight. Espinoza told us this is a redemption tour, and clearly he's telling the truth. He meant it.
Absolutely.
On the flip side, what did that do to Rivera? Did he take him lightly beforehand, or, you know?
I'll tell you what, guys. often we say, we attack judges often because of bad decisions, but moments like this is what it tells how difficult it is to be a judge.
Nice counter shot there from Espinoza over the top. There was some good body work from Rivera, and Espinoza just stays in there, lands a hard counter.
Listen, pass me that copy box machine. I'm gonna start counting these punches. This is too hard for me.
You got Espinoza moving forward now, and when this fight started, it was Rivera.
I mean, what would you even say for Rivera to do different? Maybe just
right there.
Maybe
right
his
there.
head.
The jab. He needs to establish a jab because so much comes from that punch, and it's so cliche, but it is the truth. The best thing you can do in boxing.
But I'm sorry, I meant to say Espinoza. What would you tell him? The only thing I would really say is move your head a little bit more. Keep your hands up inside.
And keep doing what you're doing.
And keep doing what you're doing.
That's right. Beautiful combinations here from Espinoza, 2 in a row. Back comes Rivera with some hard body shots.
See, just when you see Rivera landing a nice combination, Espinoza answers right back. That was low.
Oh boy, a point taken away from Alexander Espinoza for low blows.
There goes a knockdown.
And yeah, that essentially negates the knockdown, provided this round gets scored the way we think it will. So that is a major turning point in this fight potentially. And that has emboldened Gustavo Rivera, who lands a couple good shots at the end of the round.
Rivera was fighting like he just got a knockdown. I'd love to see that punch again to see how low it was and if it looked even intentional. Not to say that it has to be intentional for the referee to take the point away. It could just be excessive. I don't know. I just didn't expect them to take the point.
Neither did I.
This is right before the low blow. Okay, so the blow was low, and that left hook from Rivera actually hit off the shoulders, what I was about to say. But that uppercut landed, and boom. It was kind of like on the...
Yeah, but it almost seems like the ref reacted after Rivera looked at him like, hey, did you see that? Then he went over to him.
Sometimes that happens. I don't like to see that. I don't like to see
If you feel it was low enough for you to take a point, you should have reacted right away.
Right.
Not waiting for him to give you the
encouraged by the fighter.
Right.
Well, that point deduction now looming large, and again, wipes out that early knockdown from Alexander Espinoza.
Uh-oh.
And looks like a little moisture in the ring here. We'll get this tidied up.
Fighter's been sweating all night throughout the ring. That was a bit odd.
Referee getting a lot of camera time. Round 7 resumes. And Alexander Espinoza trying to battle back after that point deduction.
You see, every time Rivera starts to throw the jab, I like where the fights start going for him, but then he gets in the mix in the pocket and starts trading.
Yeah, it's almost like, the jab works when it's out there, but then he sort of allows Espinoza to get to the inside, and he's doing good work there too, don't get me wrong, but he's not using the jab as a deterrent so much as he's having these sequences where he wants to jab and then stops.
Yeah, if you go in the pocket and work, but also being worked, then that's not the game plan. I mean, he's allowing Espinoza to get in his type of fight, and that's why the fight is even so far. I mean, or close, very close, to say the least. Great combination.
Shot there from Gustavo Rivera. You see the mouth of Espinoza starting to open. Pace, maybe the physicality of Gustavo Rivera starting to wear on him, but Espinoza far from weathered here in the 7th round.
Good conditioning by both guys, but I would say Rivera has a bit better condition, as he looks fresh even when he throws his shots in the 7th round.
Rivera told us he expected this to be a tough, complicated fight, and that is exactly what was on the menu here tonight. They trade body shots again. Nice combination there from Rivera. The right hook scores.
Sneaky right hooks on the inside with Espinoza. Little veteran traits.
Rivera working as a lefty now. Periodically gone to that now. Nice pivot and lands a nice left hook.
Ooh, good right hook to the body.
Hard left hand over the top. You see Espinoza shrug.
Generally, that means that it did hurt.
It's at least an acknowledgement that it landed,
yes.
Which obviously we could see. Final 10 seconds here of round 7. Rivera just hustling at the end of the round.
Flurrying to steal that round.
Every one of these rounds could be important right now. That'll do it for number 7.
En este caso estoy luchando por mi familia. Estoy agradecido con las cosas que Dios me ha puesto en el camino. El apoyo que me ha dado mi esposa desde que entramos a este país y todos los méritos que he obtenido se lo debo a Dios, a mi familia, sobre todo por lo que yo estoy luchando es por mi familia, mis hijos y mi esposa.
Si viene con 2 golpes, sales con 4. Si viene con 3 golpes, sales con otros 4. ¿Sí? Siéntate bien para que no te empujes.
familia.
Sí, señor.
Por tu familia, brother.
Te están esperando, te están viendo, brother. Te están viendo. Acaba con un campeón.
Saca tu experiencia.
Final round of what has been a grueling nail-biter here between Gustavo Rivera and Alexander Espinoza. A knockdown in the opening round for Espinoza, a point deduction against Espinoza in the 6th round leads us into the final round, which is the money round. And if you want a chance to win $100, if there's a knockout in this round, comment #MoneyRound on the Money Round post on the Overtime Boxing Instagram page for a shot to get paid.
Outside of that, Corey, how about this fight ending in a draw with the knockdown and the point deduction? It could end in a draw. We might see an overtime round.
I was about to say, what about the potential of an overtime round, which would be another money round? So the cash bonuses dangling all over the place here in Houston.
Enough incentive.
All right, let's send it over to Barack, who is in the corner of Gustavo Rivera.
Hey, Latravia, over there at the desk, we're saying that this is a very close fight. How do you think Rivera's doing?
I definitely think it's a lot closer than I would like for it to be. I'm wanting him to, every time he shoots straight, he's landing. I'm wanting him to do more of that and then attack the body after that.
Okay, what about distance? Do you think he could step back a little bit and fight from a distance?
He definitely could fight from a distance, which is why I want the straight shots. I don't want him pulling back.
I'm sorry for acting like I'm the trainer. You know what I mean? You're doing a great job. Thank you very much. Guys?
Thank you so much, Barack. It's nice to confirm what we're thinking every once in a while, right?
Yes. Well, we know a little bit about what we're talking about.
With body shots on the inside there. Clearly the Rivera corner knowing that this is a close fight as they trade shots on the inside.
It's safe to say that Rivera is outworking Espinoza right in this round.
Definitely. Less than a minute left to go in this contest. Maybe there could be an overtime round. We will see what these scorecards read. But Rivera trying to ensure that we do not see an overtime round.
I would love to see an overtime round. Just want to say I saw one live, you know. But
not only that, it's a good matchup. I wouldn't mind seeing another round.
Truthfully though, and I'm not trying to sell this like a commercial, all of these OTX fights are pretty much 50-50 for the most part.
Crowd on their feet here in Houston. The new hometown of Gustavo Rivera. Trying to get behind their man as Alexander Espinoza trying to shock the matchmakers here tonight.
I think the crowd's a little nervous. I think the crowd's a little nervous because they don't know who won. Neither do we. Good sportsmanship. Good fight. You gotta respect your opponent after a fight like this.
100%.
Well, just a reminder, as we mentioned, if the scorecard is a draw, the fighters will enter that overtime round that we've been referencing, which is considered sudden death. And if the last round ends in a knockout, then that knockout will be counted as a money round bonus. So
I love it, I love it. That's why you don't see anybody taking their gloves off. Wait a minute, don't take the gloves off.
Exactly, we are waiting here. Nervous moments here for Rivera and Espinoza. I mean, this is a tough fight to score.
I can't call it. I really can't call it. I think there was times in the beginning when Rivera had the sharper, more crisp shots, and then Espinoza had the sharper punches. You know, so I can't call it.
If I was forced to lean towards somebody, I would say Rivera because he was a bit more busy and kind of landed more flurries because both guys landed hard shots.
I think some of those shots miss.
All right, we have a decision. Let's send it up to the center of the ring. Let's solve this mystery, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, after going all 8 rounds inside the OTX ring, we consult the official scorecard to determine a winner. Judge Leon scores it 76-74 in favor of Rivera Rio. Judge Esperon, 76-74 in favor of Espinoza. And Judge Russell scores it 76-74 in favor of the winner by way of split decision. El Supernova, Alexander Espinoza.
A shocker in Houston as the Supernova Alexander Espinoza pulls the upset. A stunner here in our second contest.
What an upset. I mean, we can't get mad at that. We can't get mad at that. That was a good fight. He landed some really good shots. And you know what? His defense was subtle. A lot of the shots from Rivera was actually landing on his shoulder. Deflected by his shoulder. So, man, I don't know. I'd love to see punch stats.
We'll get those.
But it was still a close fight.
Wow, what a win for Alexander Espinoza. Let's take a look at those punch stats. It's like you manifested these, Barack. Take a look at this. Alexander Espinoza outthrowing Gustavo Rivera 593-411. So clearly the two judges who scored it for Espinoza, they're seeing that, but also landing at 197-150. Rivera a little bit more accurate, obviously a little bit more judicious with his punches. That tends to happen. Wow, what a shocker here. And Espinoza is standing by with Ak.
Congratulations. Very entertaining fight. Esta pelea fue bien. The crowd loved the fight. It was very entertaining. He came in here as the guy fighting the prospect, right? Coming in here to lose, you would think. What made the difference in this fight?
Cerrarle, hacerle caso al entrenador como siempre, tener toda la sabiduría que tengo y exponerle en esta última pelea que es muy importante para mi carrera, ya que esto significa mi trabajo, mi familia.
He said that he listened to his corner, closed the gap in his fight. This fight was very, very important to him. You said this is your last fight. ¿Esta es tu última pelea?
Claro que no, Tengo para rato. Alexander Supernova Espinoza tiene para rato. Aquí en Nicaragua.
Congratulations. Great performance. Back to you guys.
What a win for Alexander Espinoza. And listen, Brock, this is also why you tune in to watch the fights, because again, so many times you see this trajectory of the veteran who's on a losing streak and you just assume that's going to continue. But then you have times where guys like this, Alexander Espinoza, a guy who's been at the world level, they have a rejuvenation and they pull upsets like this one.
Yeah, that's why I never count anybody out. I understand what a record looked like, but look, in the beginning of the fight, it was Rivera. Rivera just jumped on him, but then literally, I think around rounds 2 or 3, especially with that knockdown right there, something just went off in Espinoza's head, and he says, I could win this fight.
Well, we talked about Espinoza throughout his career kind of being, you know, a fighter who fights with momentum. When things are going his way, his confidence goes up and he starts to perform well. And Espinoza got that confidence early on with that knockdown and he never let it go.
I think so. And even though he got a point taken away from him, it didn't deter him. He kept his foot on the gas. And then we just had a good shootout throughout the whole fight, all 8 rounds.
Listen, guys, I do think it was a close fight. It could have went either way. Rivera seemed the more busier fighter, but maybe the judges saw that Espinoza landed the harder shots and they was counting more power shots.
Yeah, but see, you wasn't here to look at the punch stats. He outlanded Rivera by about 40 punches. Crazy, right? That's what I'm saying. I mean, like, this was a close fight because it was ebbs and flows in every single round. But I seen some of the punches being blocked by Espinoza.
Well, what a win for Alexander Espinoza. But coming up next, last-minute replacement Nancy Franco from Mexico is taking on the rising OTX star and Allentown native Liana Cruz in super flyweight action.
Live on DAZN worldwide.
June 1st, 5v5.
This is everything.
5 of my best. Bang, bang.
5 of my best.
You prepare yourself. There's going to be a war. And we take no prisoners, fellas. We've got the best 5 fighters.
Queensbury better than Matchroom. You are having a bubble bath, Frankie.
Victory shall be ours. Right, boys.
This is everything.
We want to win this.
Only one result required. Victory. This is it. This is the moment. Live on DAZN worldwide.
When you gotta fit 29 hours into a 24-hour day. I know I'm good when that C4 hits. It's go time! Hello? Ni hao. Bonjour. Because before you know it, it's another day and you gotta be ready to go. So let's f***ing go!
And we take a look at the tail of the tape for our next contest. Women's super flyweight action as Liana Cruz takes on the former world champion Nancy Franco. You see, Cruz will enjoy both a height and reach advantage. Franco, her best days were at minimum weight. More on that later. But the 35-year-old is up to the task on less than 24 hours notice to take on one of the stars of overtime boxing here tonight.
In the blue corner, making her ring walk, de sangre tapatía, Nancy Franco.
Well, Nancy Franco has made a career out of taking the absolute toughest challenges available. She first won a world title in 2013 when she defeated Kyoko Ibata on the road at Korakuen Hall in Japan for the IBF 105-pound title. Historically, fighters from Mexico, fighters in general, have not won very often as challengers on the road in world title fights in Japan. Tonight, she takes a fight on less than 24 hours notice, guys. Just an astonishing feat of bravery here tonight.
No doubt, and I hate to say it, and from the looks of her fit, it seems like she got here 24 hours ago. She didn't have a chance to get her fit together. I'm sorry, guys.
Wow.
The fashion police.
I don't mind doing drip check, but I don't do that with ladies. I'm not gonna do that. Listen, 2 days ago,
you got to give her
she
credit
accepted
for that.
this fight. Come on.
Former world champ.
Franco did arrive here without a corner. Didn't arrive here with anyone. Arrived here solo.
Matter of fact,
guys.
I'll see you guys later. I'm gonna get in her corner.
You want an extra paycheck?
Actually, it looks like, is that Espinoza's trainer behind her?
Well, Franco, we last saw her on May 10th, not that long ago. She dropped an 8-round decision to Canadian contender Bree Howling in Philadelphia. Was in Seattle, got the call that said, we have an emergency slot for you. Do you want to step in? And Nancy Franco just does not ever say no to a fight.
Kudos to her.
We just saw an upset. You understand? We just saw an upset, and she might have a lot of losses, but she has a lot of experience as well. And Bumblebee was just fighting in the bar not too long ago. You know what I mean? So you never really know.
Well,
Bumblebee is supposed to win, but you don't know.
Exactly. Well, let's take a closer look at Bumblebee Cruz, the woman that Franco will be facing.
The thing is with some people is they get kind of carried away with their words, where they just say things to kind of make a show and create a show, whereas the difference with me is that everything I say I mean. So if I tell her I'm gonna whoop your ass, I'm gonna whoop your ass. I'm not really gonna get hit like that. It's a 6-round fight. She throws a lot of punches, but I'm gonna show another level of women's boxing and showcase what it's like to swim without getting wet. Doesn't matter the experience that a woman will have in boxing, I'm still gonna be better than them, just based off my work ethic and my talent. I hope you're ready, shorty. You ain't gonna with me.
In the red corner, boxing's newest sensation and the ultimate showstopper from Allentown, PA, Leanna Cruz.
The Iron Woman, Leanna Cruz, making her way to the ring here tonight. We last saw her scoring a 6-round unanimous decision over Josefina Vega in March of this year in Philadelphia. We also saw her defeat Mary Gwen Valinga, the former U.S. amateur standout in Season 1 of OTX. And guys, when you look at the Overtime Boxing social media, Leanna Cruz is becoming one of those breakout personalities.
Well, first of all, I think the proper way to say it is Iron Person.
Yes,
Thank you. No, she's becoming that. And it's funny because you're talking about, she says she doesn't like attention.
But she's coming out as Iron Woman, so, but I think you're right. I think she is a breakout star, and the fact that she doesn't like attention, but her skill level just demands it, says a lot about her as a fighter.
Right, and then when you got a person coming in this late notice, and you don't have any knockouts on your record, guess what I think Leanna's gonna go do? She's gonna try and knock her out.
Well, Cruz stylistically tries to blend two ideologies. She wants to be in your face all the time, but in fighter meetings, she told us, listen, I don't want to get hit at all.
Right.
So Leanna Cruz looking for another big win here tonight against a former world champion. Women's super flyweight action coming up right now.
We continue with the action here at Red Owl Boxing Arena, Houston, Texas, as boxing's newest proving ground hits the road. It is OTX Friday Night Fights, powered by C4 Energy, energy that hits. Find it at your local GNC this contest. In the super flyweight division, our judges scoring the action on Randy Russell, Will Esperon, and Joe Rodriguez. Introducing first, In the blue corner, in 2013, she traveled across the globe and snatched the world title from her Japanese opponent. Now, she answers the call in less than 24-hour notice and brings her 41-bout vast level of experience into the OTX ring, consisting of 19 victories against 20 losses, 2 draws, 5 of those victories coming by way of KO. The former IBF minimum weight world champion from Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico, La Chatita, Nancy Franco. Her opposition across the ring in the red corner. She goes from being a bar-brawling menace on the streets of Allentown, PA, to a highly skilled, highly technical, undefeated pro with 8 victories. Tonight, she puts that record on the line inside the OTX ring. Now fighting out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Leanna Bumblebee Cruz. With final instructions and any final words, we have referee John Shorley.
Okay, ladies, give me a good, clean fight. Obey my commands, protect yourselves at all times. Try to good luck.
It's go time, Houston. Pick your side, red or blue.
We are ready to go. Leanna Cruz and Nancy Franco. 6 rounds in the super flyweight division.
You know what that means? It's the money round. Somebody goes down, it's a knockout.
Hard right hand right off the hop there from Leanna Cruz as you hear the PA announcer here at the Owl's Nest reminding you this is a money round, round 1. And if you want a chance to win $100 if there's a knockout during a money round here tonight, comment #moneyround on the money round post on the Overtime Boxing Instagram page for a shot to get paid.
Seems like Nancy Franco is smiling.
Well, listen, Franco has been in there with some of the very best of this era. We mentioned the 2 world titles that she's won, but she's also been in there with Sinisa Estrada, with Jessica Bopp, with Jessica Neri, some of the absolute best of this era.
Right, but never 1 day's notice. But what do you do when somebody comes in late like this? Go to that body.
Absolutely. And Leanna says she wants to swim without getting wet. That Philly slang. Even though she's from Allentown, Philly has adopted.
Oh, look at she switched southpaw. Oh, nice.
Yeah, hard body shots there from Franco as well, from Leanna Cruz. As Franco fighting at the heaviest weight of her career here tonight.
I don't think we're going to see like super defense coming from Cruz because Cruz is going to be on the offense. She's going to be the aggressor in this fight, seems like.
Seems that way so far.
Oh, okay. Jab landed by Franco.
Slight left hook too.
Snappy jab there from Cruz. Breaks the right hand behind it. Then tidies it up with a nice left hook to the body.
Remember, guys, these are 2-minute rounds here. They go pretty quickly.
Cruz working at a 2-minute pace, all action from the Bumblebee in round 1.
Good work from Cruz.
Beautiful, beautiful. She's too easy, she's too slow, okay? So. Good, she's too easy, she's too slow. Keep your stick in her face and just keep your distance on her, right? Yes, 60-40 on her, because she's gonna overthrow something. You're gonna be able to counter right off of it. Keep touching the cuffs. You see how she's going like this? Keep cuffing her, all right? Because then you want her to start to guide that so that your left hand can start to lock. Okay? Every time you shoot that right hand, shoot it hard down the pipe. Okay? Good work. Beautiful work. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Same thing. It's your show. You hear me? I'm ready here to see you. Everything's sharp.
Round 2 underway. This one's scheduled for 6. Diana Cruz and the former world champion, Nancy Franco, coming in on 24 hours notice. Franco spent a good portion of her career promoted by Canelo Promotions and spent a period of time trained by Eddie Reynoso as well. One of Reynoso's world champions that he has trained in the past. Hard body work there from Cruz.
Good two-punch body combination there. You know, Cruz says she studied guys like Boots, like Terrence Crawford, to name a couple. Which is both guys switch from righty to lefty, and she's doing often.
Absolutely, and I think that we are seeing a little bit of an evolution of her style here tonight. Now, granted, she has an opponent across from her right now in Nancy Franco that is mostly just casting punches. He's allowing her to do this work, but Cruz obviously changing things up a little bit here.
And this is the perfect situation to do that, to get that working. I mean, let's be honest, she is a former world champion. She has experience in there, so Cruz still has to be careful to some degree.
Franco certainly knows how to take care of herself and is fighting, frankly, because she loves it. She says she wants to fight until she's 40 years old. She's 35 now. She has a career outside of boxing. She's a police officer in Mexico. Right now, just getting overwhelmed by Liana Cruz with a nice shoe shine combination on the inside.
Barrage of punches.
All over Franco again in the closing moments of this round. Right into Franco, who's firing back. Well, that's another good round for the Bumblebee.
Cruz wants to score her first knockdown for sure. Knockout.
All right, let's send it back over to Barack, who's standing by with a special guest.
Okay, we got the famous influencer, Drew Walls, in the building. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing good, man. How you doing?
I'm great. Is this your first boxing match live?
It is. This is actually my first one. Yep.
Well, how did I guess that? Listen, I seen your fitness journey on IG. I'm watching, my G. I'm watching. So, you're getting in shape. You're looking good. You look bigger than me. I don't know what's going on. But with that, does that mean that you'll fight an influencer maybe since you had a boxing match?
I would. I would. I'll fight. I was thinking about it too on the way here. I'm like, damn, if I was to fight somebody, who would it be?
Uh-oh. You're going to have to call somebody out.
It'll be Jake Paul.
Oh, you went a little too high with that one. Listen, we got a surprise for you. We know what you do online. We need you to light this candle. That's your thing.
Diana coming out from the southpaw side. Now she switches back to righty.
I better gain 100,000 followers for this right here. Because this man is famous for this. I'm going to let you know. Thank you, brother.
Thank you so much, Barack.
Back to you guys.
Things indeed getting lit here in Houston as Cruz puts her shots together. A three-punch combination, then that left hook landing up top. And I think some blood starting to come maybe from the nose of Nancy Franco, starting to take some punishment here in round 3.
She showboats there.
No need for all that. You heard the referee say there's no need for all this.
I tell you, Corey, Cruz is giving me a little Sinisa Estrada vibes, kind of.
On right hand there from Cruz. See Franco trying to roll with these shots, trying to catch them, but Franco just cannot find a range where she could be effective here tonight. Cruz starts to double up with a jab. Welcome back, Brock. Has your follower count gone up?
As we speak, brother. As we speak.
You smell like a candle.
My candles are burning from both ends, bro. Listen, I think Franco has a lot of experience, and she's a former champ, and I want to give her respect. But I think those days are just behind her. You know, and that's what we're dealing with, and she might have to pass that torch tonight.
Might. I think it's happening, Barack. I'm not sure about might.
Franco has lost 10 of her last 12 outings. Indeed, a little downward spiral in her career, and Cruz looking to add to it here tonight.
Well, maybe she don't have to pass the torch, she can pass the candle. How about that?
Start touching her body a little bit more. Okay? Make sure you come in, but make sure your guard is here. Remember, you're giving yourself the space and rip. Okay? Deep breath for me. The slump on with it. Okay? You know the joint you just did? The cup joint that we just did? I was like, oh, I like that. You're like, why am I doing that? Do it for me real quick. Watch it.
Well, coming up later on, it is our main event featuring this man, Kudratillo Abdukakhorov, the Uzbek standout, who will be taking on this man, Andreas Katzourakis. You hear the ovation from inside the venue here in Houston. Katzourakis now lives here, a big Greek community here in Houston. They have come out in support of Katzourakis. Taking on Kudratillo Abdukakhorov a little bit later on in our main event as our 154-pound tournament continues. But the rise of Liana Cruz is continuing right now as she is doing a number on Nancy Franco.
I like the skill set that Cruz is showing, but we know who's at the top of that 126-pound division. Don't know how long she's going to be there, and that's Amanda Serrano. Do you think she'll still be around a year later when Cruz is ready, probably?
Well, unfortunately, as we found out earlier on today, that fight, Amanda Serrano's next fight against Katie Taylor, postponed as Jake Paul, Mike Tyson postponed. We'll find out a new date for that fight in the coming weeks.
Wishing Mike speedy recovery.
Hard right hand over the top there from Cruz. That might have been the best shot of the fight.
Very comfortable in there, Cruz. Putting on the show, and I know she wants to get that knockout bonus and also add a knockout to her record.
Franco's tough. She's tough. She's smiling in there. She's having a ball.
Been there. Done that.
21 days ago, she went 8 rounds with Bree Howling, as we mentioned, a legit contender, a ranked contender.
Yes.
Went all 8 rounds, took this call on 24 hours notice, and
lands a left hook there.
She's keeping Cruz honest at moments and is absorbing these shots well. She's giving Cruz rounds, which was the objective when she got that call.
Correct, indeed.
Uh-oh.
Cruz playing around a little bit in there and lands a flush right hand right down the pipe. What a way to end the round for Liana Cruz. Well, coming up next, it is an all-Texas shootout featuring this man, Giovanni Marquez, as he warms up with my buddy and broadcast partner, Raul Marquez, who's on the pads. Gio Marquez, one of the faces of overtime boxing, tonight taking on Jason Limon of San Antonio. Some bad blood between those two. See if it spills over inside the ring here in Houston tonight. Round 5 underway. This one's scheduled for 6. As Liana Cruz opens the round up with a hard right hand to the body of Nancy Franco.
Cruz has some fast hands.
And it seems like, you know, me and Corey alluded to it earlier. Is that a headbutt?
A little bit of a clash of heads there.
Seems like she's working on a few things that she's been working on in the gym, implementing that here in the fight.
Well, Brock, you and I spoke to Liana Cruz's manager, Brian Cohen, when we were at Iron City lifting a little bit earlier on. He told us, listen, he wanted Liana to get something for the highlight reel here tonight, which isn't to say she wants to carry Nancy Franco, but he also didn't want Cruz to just steamroll Franco in the opening round. But frankly, Franco, a lot more durable than maybe you would expect from a 24-hour opponent.
Right, and we kind of knew she was going to be durable. I mean, like you said, she's been in there with champions, undisputed champions, you know, but she is showing us something. She doesn't have to get the knockout to show us a skill set. She doesn't have to get the knockout to show her proper punch placement, you know, and even some good defense. So I think she's giving Cohen what he asked for.
Yeah, and look at these moments like that.
Right.
Nice little counter left hooks from Nancy Franco, doing the job. These teachable moments for Leanna Cruz tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, you always want to get rounds in. Look, nice crowd in here. Nice interest. She's showing that she's a star. She's proving it inside the ring. Bright future for Leanna Cruz.
Well, and remember, the importance of rounds to Leanna Cruz. This is a woman with no amateur background. She got her start at Barstool Sports Rough and Rowdy, right? So she needs rounds just in general.
Well, she's showing a lot of skill for a person that doesn't have an amateur career and was fighting in bars a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, this is a polished-looking fighter here as round 5 comes to a close.
Shutout so far. Shutout. Do you mind if my girl sits right here? Because I've been seeing her seat is empty.
I haven't gone to a fight where like my tank actually ran out yet, but God forbid that does happen. The one thing that would be pushing me definitely is my team, all the time that they put into me, and I think of my support system and my family, but most importantly I think of the youth. The youth is what really drives me to do what I do.
A minute and 30 seconds.
The jab is setting everything up. When she do this, stab for me, okay? Stab, ow, right hand. It's gonna be there. All right? Leave it all in there, smart.
Great condition she's in too.
Leanna Cruz having fun in there, very relaxed. See the look on Leanna Cruz's face as she headed to the corner. It's almost like she wanted some more competition here tonight. Nancy Franco doing the best she can on 24 hours notice as we begin the final round, which is the money round. And if you've been tuning in since the beginning of this broadcast, you know what to do by now. Comment #moneyround on the Money Round post on the Overtime Boxing IG page if you want to get paid. Overtime Boxing making it rain here tonight. Left hook to the body there for Cruz. Franco, again, every once in a while is landing a counter left hook up top.
Yeah,
no steam on it, though. No mustard on it.
Yeah, that's the thing. Are those really keep her honest shots or what? You know, I don't know, but she's still trying at least.
Inside the final minute of this contest. Hard shot there from Leanna Cruz, and Franco stumbles back. Big right hand over the top.
There's 45 seconds to try to get that bonus.
The only reaction you get from Franco after those big shots is a smile.
Cruz digging down. She wants that extra payday. Final 30 seconds as Leanna Cruz pouring it on. Looking up at the clock. She's got 20 seconds here in the money round. Big left hook on the inside.
Uh-oh, the ref is looking close.
Can Franco survive the final 10 seconds? Cruz all over Nancy Franco as she looks for a buzzer beater. The former basketball player just missed out on it.
Look at the ref. The ref just shook his head. He gave Franco a pass because he heard the 10-second clap.
Yes.
He heard the 10-second clap and he said, you know what? I'm gonna squeeze this 10 seconds out of there.
Are we gonna make our?
Because it could have got stopped. It could have got stopped.
I mean, we referenced Meldrick Taylor a little bit later on, or a little bit earlier on, right? Referees sometimes take that into account. Other times they don't.
Right. I mean, at the end of the day, it's the referee's job to protect the fighters. You know, so sometimes it's hard to argue. because that last punch that we wanted to see maybe could have did some damage, you know, but shout out to her, shout out to Cruz for a great performance and going for the stoppage in the last round, and shout out to Nancy Franco for coming on short notice and giving her all.
Yeah, Nancy Franco had not slept. It was 2 hours after the weigh-in that we talked to her. She was still awake from her flight to Houston as we take a look back at some of the highlights from Cruz and Franco right now.
Complete dominance performance. That's all we actually see from Cruz. Is just, and like you said earlier, a couple of shots landed from Franco, but most of it looked just like this. We did see. Oh, this was the last round where it could have got stopped because she's not really defending herself, bending down. And the referee was so close to stepping in there, but he let it go to the bell.
All right, let's make this one official. Let's send it back up to Lupe.
After going all 8 rounds inside the OTX ring, we go to the scorecards. All 3 judges turn in identical scores of 60-54 in favor of the winner by way of unanimous decision. Still undefeated, the Bumblebee, Liana Cruz.
The Bumblebee, Liana Cruz, remains undefeated with a victory over the former world champion, Nancy Franco. And Franco did about as well as you could hope for from a last-second opponent. But right now, Liana Cruz is standing by with Ak.
All right, though it was last minute for Franco, she's still a former champion, experienced fighter, and she showed that in there. What made it so easy for you?
What made it easy is my hard work, the self-belief, and the trust in my corner and my coaches.
It seemed like you were working on things in there, like you were working on some things in the gym and you wanted to try it out tonight. Every round, switching from southpaw, you said you study guys like Boots, like Crawford. Was that what you were doing in there today?
Yeah, I was honestly just having fun because I had a game plan for almost 8 weeks for my opponent, my previous opponent, and I was like, you know what, if I'm getting a and I was like, after the first round, I was like, she ain't touching me, so I'm gonna just do whatever I want.
You know, for somebody that doesn't really like attention, your style is so exciting. It demands attention, so you're gonna learn how to deal with attention moving forward.
Yeah, definitely, and I mean, I'm getting better at dealing with it. I still don't like it, but I know it comes with the territory and it comes with greatness, so it is what it is.
Well, I heard you say you're next, you're up next.
Hell yeah, I'm up next, and the next girl I want
Heard it. Congratulations. Shout to Allentown and Philadelphia.
Shout out to A and shout out Philly. I'm repping.
Back to you guys.
A very direct, very specific call out. You gotta love it, Brock.
Right, we don't see that too much here at OTX. Maybe at the tournaments, but because we already know who's gonna fight next. But I like that. I like that. A call out.
A one-sided dominant performance for Liana Cruz, as the CompuBox punch stats will no doubt show. You see Cruz out-throwing Franco 433 to 111. Franco landing just 11 punches tonight, Brock. That might be, I mean, we'll have to go to the CompuBox record books, but in a 6-round fight, that might be a defensive record for Liana Cruz.
Literally average less than 2 punches around. I don't know. Is that to say that Cruz is special, or maybe Franco's not that good anymore?
We're going to find out who the most special here is in the 154-pound division. As we take a look at the OTX tournament bracket, you see Brandon Adams and Francisco Verón advancing on the left side of the bracket. They are already in the semis. Later on tonight, our main event between Andreas Katzourakis and Kudratillo Abdukakhorov and Esteban Villalobos and Robert Terry. Those matchups will determine who will be in the semis later on. All of these fights shaping up to be absolute bangers. But coming up next, it's a battle of the Texans. Jason Limon from San Antonio Giovanni Marquez from Houston, the OTX Golden Boy, Gio Marquez, and Jason Limon coming up next.
I know I'm good when that C4 hits. Hello? Because before you know it, it's another day and you gotta be ready to go. So let's go!
So we are ready for our next contest, the All-Texas Shootout. Giovanni Marquez and Jason Limon as we take a look at the tale of the tape. Giovanni Marquez, the more heralded prospect, obviously undefeated at 9-0, but you see Jason Limon will enjoy some physical advantages here tonight. A little bit of a reach advantage, a little bit of a height advantage, and a lot of bad blood between these two men.
I'm extremely comfortable fighting under the bright lights and TV cameras. It gives me an extra excitement and extra motivation. Some crumble under the pressure, but it just turns me up.
My opponent should be scared to face me in the ring because he hasn't faced nobody like me. He's faced good opponents, but not anybody on my level. We're here to get the job done.
It is extremely important for me to put on a show when I'm fighting. I like to give the fans their money's worth, and I like to go out there and perform. People want to see action, and that's what I look to do.
I don't really know much about my opponent. I just know he's a brawler, and he's here to fight. His dad's a world champ, so he's obviously experienced, but I'm going up against the son. His dad don't really faze me or my team.
In the blue corner, hailing from the Alamo City, Jason Limon.
The 8-1-1 Jason Limon makes his way to the ring. We last saw him scoring a 6-round majority decision over Christian Foley in November of last year, and he has been a regular here on the Texas scene. Aside from his pro debut in Mexico, Limon has fought exclusively in his home state, but obviously in enemy territory tonight, guys. The man from San Antonio fighting in Gio Marquez's hometown.
No doubt, but he hasn't fought in 6 months, Corey. I mean, so I think the difference activity here, Giovanni has already fought in 2024, fought several times in 2023. So activity, there's a little gap in that.
Jason Limon looking very relaxed on his way to the ring, and in talking to him in fighter meetings, Barack, one thing that he stressed is that he didn't want to be too relaxed in this fight. He felt that his punch output wasn't high enough in his most recent fights, and he needs to step that up tonight.
Exactly. He learning from his mistakes. He went back, saw the tape, saw that he needed to, up his punch stats, and hopefully we see that tonight. But it's going to be tough to do it against Marquez, because Marquez is going to be throwing the punches right back.
For Giovanni Marquez, a decorated amateur, but Jason Limon had a nice amateur career himself. He has an amateur win over Joshua Pagan, the Grand Rapids-based prospect who picked up a win over Roger Hilly on DAZN last week. And he was an amateur rival of Tito Mercado, who near universally won Prospect of the Year last year from most outlets. So he was hanging with guys like that in the amateurs. We'll see if he can hang with Gio Marquez here tonight.
In the red corner, representing H-Town, bring him out, Toro, Giovanni Marquez.
Is that Marquez? Oh, okay.
That's a sight I saw too much of as a Cleveland Browns fan in the playoffs.
Sorry to hear that, buddy.
But I'm happy to see this man walk to the ring. Giovanni Marquez, who wants to be what he describes as the new pro sports franchise here in Houston. And obviously, as the son of a former world champion, the son of an Olympian, and with his amateur pedigree, Gio Marquez has had all the exposure you could hope for as a prospect. He made his pro debut on Showbox and now has been one of the faces of overtime boxing.
Good point. Now, first you start with becoming a face of overtime boxing, and then young, Mexican, pretty boy. Maybe one day, do you think he could become the face of boxing like Canelo, like Oscar De La Hoya did?
Slow down, buddy, slow down. Listen, of course, you know, there's always that potential, but let's see him shine here tonight against an opponent that we feel is his toughest test to date. And then we'll move on to the next conversation.
Gio Marquez putting his undefeated record on the line against his fellow Texan, Jason Limon.
We continue with the action here at Red Owl Arena, Houston, Texas. As boxing's newest proving ground hits the road, this is OTX Friday Night Fights, powered by C4 Energy, energy that hits. Find it at any local GNC. This is an all-Texas shootout, set for 8 rounds or less in the super lightweight division. Scoring the action, Randy Russell, Will Esperon, and Joe Rodriguez. Introducing first, in the blue corner, tonight, he enters the OTX ring and enemy territory, looking to show that San Antonio ain't worried about nothing as he faces another undefeated opponent and looks to take another O with a record of 8 victories against 1 defeat, 1 bout even. 2 of those victories coming by way of KO. From the Alamo City, San Antonio, Texas, Jason El Gallo Limon. In the red corner, after an outstanding amateur career, including being named the tournament's most outstanding fighter, as well as capturing a national Golden Glove championship, tonight, he puts his undefeated record on the line, as well as H-Town on his back. Going 9-0 with 5 KOs. It ain't nothing but a G thing. Giovanni Marquez. With final instructions and last word, referee James Green.
Okay, let's go. Okay, gentlemen, you got your instructions in the dressing room. I want you to protect yourself at all times. At all times, obey my command. This is going to be good right here, and this is going to be good right on this side. Let's go. Touch them up, back to your corner.
Let's hear it. Just pick your side. Red corner or blue corner?
Well, guys, this is the loudest that we've heard the Owl's Nest so far here tonight. Not surprising, given the crowd that Giovanni Marquez brought out as round 1 begins. Gio Marquez, Jason Limon, an all-Texas shootout. 8 rounds in the 140-pound division. And if you want a chance to win $100, if there's a knockout during one of the money rounds here tonight, comment #MoneyRound on the Money Round post on the Overtime Boxing Instagram page if you want to get paid. Who doesn't want $100?
Well, I'll tell you what, I like both guys' fits for this one, Barack.
I'm leaning towards Limon's shorts.
I like his trunks.
But I don't like the tail that's hanging from the back of his head. No, I'm just kidding. I like his jab to the body. He did that twice already. You know?
Are you ignoring the off-white boxing moves that you just watched? We're talking about drip and you don't even mention that.
That was coming next. You beat me to it.
We talked about Limon wanting to up his punch output here tonight. And in particular, he said that Gio Marquez can get a little bit excitable with some wide shots, and he feels that he might be able to counter him down the middle.
Yeah, and you know what? I want to give credit to Giovanni, being a prospect, and obviously he was in a tough fight his last fight. He was calling Scooby out, and now he's fighting a guy who is on his level. He doesn't want any easy touches, no soft touches.
Right. I mean, he was fighting an experienced guy last time, too. You know, he just couldn't get him out of there. That's okay. He won. Yep. I like this. This is a chess match right here.
Yeah. Good
they're
right
feeling
hand
each
to
other out, but they're letting their hands go.
Good right hand to the body by Giovanni there.
Marquez is creeping forward with that jab, trying to double it up. Walk Limon to the ropes.
His father did say, listen, we don't want to load up on shots, so I'm hoping he doesn't resort to that again and let those shots come.
Marquez looking for that wide right hand over the top. And I think, guys, we'll get a better read on where Marquez is at in his career in this fight. Of course, Jason Velez, a guy with a lot of experience, but also a guy who is on a downward slide in his career. Marquez probably, understandably, felt he was going to get a knockout in that fight. And so you do get a little bit excitable. And I think he has to think about what he's throwing a lot more in this fight. And he lands a nice 1-2 down the middle.
Yeah, and I wasn't mad at that per se, but when you see that the fighter is not getting so hurt where you can get him out of there, you got to box. You got to box and set up those shots.
You got to make adjustments in there, and that's what separates.
Because you're taking shots now. Oh, good left hook by Limon. Caught Marquez coming in.
When you think about all the elite talent, one thing they have is be able to make adjustments when one thing isn't working.
Amen.
All right, good. Good round. How do you feel? How do you feel? I need a bucket for this, Arturo.
Take the stool out.
Take the stool off.
Yes, right here. Just spin right in this one.
All right. Double jab, triple jab. Is he strong or no? Okay, okay. When you open up wide, come back with a hook. Then jab, jab. Don't back up when you're straight back up in the air. Okay, chin down. Keep working that jab and open up wide too. Stay in the pocket. Block a little bit. Stay in the pocket. If he's not strong, bump him off. Okay? All right. How you feel? All right, you good. Hit the bounties. How you feel? Good? All right, let's go. Nice to relax. Let's go.
Igor Marquez for getting his mouthpiece a little short with the right hand. It landed, but what he did was took a step forward so that jab can land. And Limon came with his left hook. This is a good fight.
Good matchup.
Yeah, good little sequence there for both fighters. You see Marquez landing that 1-2-1, finishing with the jab. That's not something that fighters always expect, but Limon, to his credit, stands in there at the end of the combination, gets the counter off that he wanted to.
Right.
Gave Giovanni that first round.
Similar to Dimitri Bivol with the 1-2-1, but Bivol, when he hits you at that one, he's already stepping back. Yeah. And he's not going to get hit by that counter left like Marquez.
Because he's in better position with his footwork, with the in and out bouncing.
That's a classic Carl Froch combination,
yes.
too. Love throwing that one. Limon just pops that jab out there.
Might be where Bivol stole it from.
Yeah, but Bivol's on his toes when he's throwing it, you know what I mean, with good balance.
Limon's been getting some excellent sparring of late. He's been sparring extensively with Jose Ramirez, with Giovanni Santillan, spending some time at the Robert Garcia Boxing Academy. Nothing but hard work and hard sparring in that gym.
Giovanni is pulling back often, and his father, Raul, told him in the corner, not pulling back. I want your chin down and sliding those punches.
Right, don't pull back with your chin in the air.
Slip those.
Mix it up, mix it up. Mix it up, Gio.
He's pulling at the jab here.
Hard jab to the body there from Marquez a moment ago. Limon doing some good work with his jab. He's a little bit more assertive with the jab up top, I think.
And countering Marquez with the left hook when he comes in.
That's it,
good combination by Marquez.
Marquez just hasn't been able to really get in the right position to have leverage on his shots. If you notice, a lot of them are leaping in.
I think that jab is just throwing him off his rhythm.
Right.
Get that jab away, Gio.
So what do? You threw your own jab. Exactly. Double it up, triple it up like you did in the first round.
I can't speak enough about the jab and how important that is for the distance. Because when you load up on the shots, you know where you are when you're landing that jab. Good right hand to the body.
Marquez just creeping forward, trying to close the distance on Limon.
I think he does better at a closer distance anyway.
Giovanni?
Marquez, yes.
1-2-1 there from Jason Limon.
Gallo, a nice little combo.
Great left hooks on the inside. Both men landing in that sequence.
We got another 50-50 fighting, boys.
Think so.
It's like a little bit of swelling underneath the eye of Gio Marquez. We'll take a look at it after the round. Hard left hook there from Jason Limon.
And Gio kind of landed a bit of his own as well. Good even round there.
Muy bien, muy bien. Okay, well, don't get that ball. You control the pace. You control the pace, okay? No te quedes en las cuerdas y ten cuidado con la nuca. Ten cuidado con la nuca. Okay. ¿Vas a sacar el banco para la otra o está bien? ¿El banco para la otra o está bien? Después del 4. Vamos, respira, respira.
No te descuides, Bryce. Watch out for these punches they're gonna hit. Bien parado.
Cuidado con la nuca.
Sigue tirando los hombros, you gotta throw them in, Jay. And you gotta pick it up. Turn around, baby.
Respira, 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 respira.
A party atmosphere here in Houston as we take a look back at some of the action from the previous round.
Beautiful left hook. They both landed. Double left hook landed.
It's round 3 underway. Well matched, all Texas shootout here between Gio Marquez and Jason Limon. 8-rounder in the 140-pound division. Nice stiff jab there from Marquez a moment ago. Looking for that left hand over the top. Might have got clipped by Limon with another one of those counter left hooks.
Eventually, the referee's going to see that the laces from Marquez's gloves are sticking out, and he's probably going to call a timeout and have Raul fix that.
And Gallo lands a nice little left hook on there, but Giovanni's...
Good left hook again there from Limon. Marquez certainly outworking Limon. That's not a debate, but Limon landing some flush counters when Marquez is rushing in.
A little bit more accurate.
Right, Marquez had a little, good combination there, switched to southpaw, and then just got caught backing up straight, like Ak and Raul were saying earlier.
Nice check hook. He just missed it, though.
There's a contingent of Jason Limon fans from San Antonio seated right behind us, and they are loving every one of these left hooks that's connecting right now.
Marquez seems like the stronger fighter because when he wants to back Limon up, he does. We got a great matchup here, fellas. Another hard one to score.
Stiff jabs there from Limon.
You see the way Marquez slipped that right hand. He needs to do more of that. And less of pulling back.
It's a good little run for Jason Limon. That jab has not missed over the last 20 seconds or so as Marquez tries to battle back on the inside. Hard right hand over the top of Limon.
I like what Limon is doing. He's fighting a really good fight. I just think Marquez need to not be so offensively minded without forgetting about defense and getting your head off the line.
Yes. Agreed.
Well, Giovanni Marquez in a very real fight here against Jason Limon.
He's just a very aggressive young fighter. and wants to get his lick back.
Good round for Limon.
Work the body. We gotta work the body. Don't get up straight. 2-1. 2-1. How do you feel? Good.
All right. Tired of answering the question about fighting in my dad's shadow. It just comes with the territory, and it gives me more viewership, more exposure, so I just take it as a positive. I expect to make a name for myself just by continuing to be victorious, and once I win world titles, multiple world titles, is when I'll separate from just being my dad's son.
Counter, yeah. Yes. Knock that jab out. Knock that jab out. Let's go. Go to the body, too.
Round 4 underway of a terrific matchup here between Giovanni Marquez and Jason Limon. Best round of the fight thus far for Limon there in round 3.
Yeah, Limon's body language is just saying right now, I'm confident. I'm confident, I know what I'm doing, I'm slipping enough shots, and I'm landing the more shots.
Body language does seem a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, you see that, right?
Good jab by Marquez. I think we need to see more of that in order for him to set up those big power shots.
Throw a couple of feints too, because if you're not the guy with the longer reach, throw a feint. Yeah.
Trade jabs. See, when Giovanni paws at the jab like that, it's almost telegraphing his power shot that's coming next. So he needs to pop the jab from there, power jab from that paw to the body and upstairs.
So you see Limon, he knows he's the taller fighter, the longer fighter, and he's trying to time Marquez when he's coming in, timing him with the jab or the left hook.
That hook there from Limon. And comes right behind it with that left jab once again.
Good double jab from Limon. Upstairs, then downstairs. Nothing like a jab right in the midsection. Solar plex.
We've seen Marquez here on Overtime Boxing with an easy win over Nicky Vatone and then over Jason Velez. This is a different kind of test here tonight, a different caliber in Jason Limon.
I would have to give Limon so far, he's winning this round by pure jabbing, distance, counterpunching.
Oh, good job by Marquez. Yeah, Limon definitely won the last round.
Swing and a miss there from Marquez. Limon just pops the jab out there, circles out to safety.
Right, and those pawing jabs, it's not getting Marquez inside. And that's why I say you throw a feint, see what Limon is trying to do, whether he's trying to jab or is he trying to counter with the left hook, and then come in with your offense.
Or you throw a stiff power jab right from that paw.
If you can get closer. If you can get past the jab of Limon. Because it's not like he's not. There you go. See that feint?
Yeah.
See what the feint? Limon went from Marquez's feint.
Reacts.
Man, I'm a trainer, man.
Are we calling this fight or giving instructions as trainers?
Listen, you go to that corner, I go to this corner, all right?
Well, coming up next, it is our co-main event featuring this man, an inspirational tale in Robert Terry, who works a graveyard shift and trains around that, the biggest opportunity of his career tonight, as he takes part in OTX's 154-pound tournament. His first round matchup is against this man, Esteban Villalobos, coming in on short notice to step into this tournament as he looks to spring the upset. The all-action Villalobos takes on Robert Terry coming up next. Round 5 now begins. An evenly matched Texas rivalry here between Gio Marquez and Jason Limon. As Marquez tries to solve the riddle of Jason Limon, who has just been disciplined throughout this fight. He hasn't done a lot of flashy things here, guys, but still, I think even if you're giving some of these rounds to Gio Marquez, when you're watching this fight, you're seeing one fighter in Marquez looking for answers. And that's Marquez, and Limon seems very comfortable with what he's doing right now.
And Limon is not giving him those answers. He's not making it easy for him. I mean, if this fight went to the scorecards right now, guys, I mean, how would you score this fight?
That's a good question, and I do feel like Limon is the more relaxed fighter. He feels comfortable. But Gio's not giving up.
Oh, no. He's pouring it on right now.
Good combination there from Marquez. Let's see if we can hear from Gio's corner. Raul, what are you seeing right now?
He's got to put that pressure. He's got to put that pressure. Limon is tired already, I'm telling you. There we go. Keep putting up. Stay in the pocket. Stay in the pocket, put that pressure. There we go. Stay in the pocket right there, break him. That's nothing. There's nothing. Nothing. Let's go, Gio. Stay in the pocket and break him. Go to the body, head. There we go. Right there. There we go. Let's go, Gio. Let's go.
Look, we know Gio is a bigger puncher here.
Let's go.
So he can rely on that to some degree. He just have to have the right
Keep
leverage on those
there
shots.
We go. Let's go,
Right
Gio.
now, he's not in great position.
Be smart. There we go.
And Raul believes that, the better position for Marquez is in the pocket. Inside.
Let's go.
Well, they seem to believe that this is a real turning point in this fight, and the body language of Jason Limon is changing a little bit as Gio Marquez starting to find his confidence here in the 5th round.
Put him together. Relax, Gio. You got it already. Let's go. Give me the water.
Marquez corner very excited right now. They're liking the way that this round looks, which is drastically different from how the first 4 looked.
Limon is not laying down. He's still doing the counter left hook. He's just a good fighter.
It's a very good match.
Good shots by Marquez.
And
Limon with a nice right hand as well. Look at that right hand from Limon. Listen, Limon even looking relaxed when he's under fire. I mean, these are obvious moments that Marquez is winning. This is a Marquez round, but Limon having his moments here in the closing seconds of this round.
Not being phased so much. I believe Marquez is starting to get a little closer to El Gallo and touching him a bit more than he has earlier in the fight.
How's the conditioning? Okay. Keep touching like that. Watch with your punches. Move your head. Jab, angle. Counter him. Watch. He's trying to counter you with the overhand right at the hook. Block that, but don't back up straight like this. Stay right there. Boom. Angle. Then go. Stay right there.
With your hard shots, but
Keep coming
move
up.
your head.
No, you keep working. Keep tapping. Let's go.
He does have to stay in the pocket.
Don't load
right
up.
in his
Stay in the
chest.
pocket. Stay in the chest. Tight defense. Hit you with a hook. Counter. Uppercut. Counter hook. All right.
Underway, and the feeling in the Marquez corner clearly is that they've reached a breaking point in this fight. Raul Marquez pointed across the ring and said, look, he's not even getting up. He's taking his time getting off his stool. We'll see if Jason Limon has anything to say about that here in the 6th.
Maybe that's the pressure. Maybe some of those shots from Marquez is taking a toll on Limon. We'll see this round.
As a little sweat falls on us. He's starting to back up a bit more than he was earlier. Maybe a few of those body shots did shuts me up and lands a 1-2.
Somebody got to shut you up.
One thing we are seeing here, guys, is just the proximity of Marquez as he's closed the distance that has mostly taken Lamone's jab away. He's countering well in other ways, but the jab has mostly been out the window as Marquez just continues to creep close.
And that's the punch that had the opportunity to control the fight. And that's what I mean. He's definitely showing us, and I'm talking about Limon. He's showing us he's not a one-trick pony, you know. But I just think it's what Raul is saying is that the best place for Marquez to be is in that pocket, letting his hands go and moving his head.
And maybe the overhand right that Giovanni keeps throwing isn't landing. I believe that Limon has already been hip to that, so maybe he needs to switch that up, throw that right hand to the body, and maybe a right uppercut.
Limon fans behind us screaming at him to jab a little bit more as Gio Marquez flashes the cross-arm defense, but a nice left hook from Jason Limon.
And I think Marquez should also try a counter left hook the same way Limon was doing in the last couple of rounds.
And catching his with his hand up high.
Because Limon's right hand sometimes is that.
Yeah, Limon's done a nice job of stepping to his right and throwing that left hook. He's countered with that shot a couple of times in this fight as Marquez fires that right hand over the top.
That's what I was saying. I think Marquez should do the same thing, right now.
Not only that, as he has Limon in the ropes, a body attack, even a straight right to the body would be effective right now against Limon because that overhand looping right isn't landing.
He just missed another one while Limon was on the ropes.
Limon landed a nice counter right hand, a little boost of confidence. You see the head nod from Limon. Final 15 seconds of round 6.
Now Limon moving forward.
He's confident. He's confident. He's smooth.
Well, they were looking for a legitimate test for Gio Marquez here tonight. They have found one in his Texas rival, Jason Limon.
Good 140-pound scrap.
I believe this is how young fighters should be managed. You know, so there's no surprises moving up when you're 20-0 or 20-1.
Inspiration for me playing the box when I turned 7. My dad took me to a boxing gym and I fell in love with the sport. Since I started boxing at 7 years old, I feel like it's helped me a lot in life. It's helped me stay out of trouble. It's helped me stay disciplined with things, and I thank boxing a lot for making me the person I've become.
Will this be the fight with the overtime round?
Jason Limon looking very relaxed in the corner as he has all week. Giovanni Marquez trying to bring the pressure, I'm sure, once again here in the 7th round. There from Marquez, not all of that landing. Some of those shots sneaking through.
No, but that's what that's what his father was trying to tell him. Say, get in there, get in the pocket, let your hands go, and then step out.
Right. Yeah, you'll hear the instruction.
Step out.
You'll hear the instruction once in a while from the Marquez corner when they're yelling heavy bag, heavy bag. They just want a quick combination. It's not even necessarily about accuracy, it's just volume.
Yes, absolutely. Step, score the points, move back.
Seems like Giovanni has a slight cut on his right ear. It's been leaking for a couple of rounds now.
I thought it was his cheek, like one of his,
maybe
I think
cheek.
one of his pimples popped and it's bleeding.
Both guys are in decent condition. You know, I don't see no signs of fatigue from either guy right now.
There's really been no variation of pace that's noticeable so far from either Marquez or Limon. The activity not really dipping, at least to our eye.
No.
Ooh, nice counter shot there from
uppercut,
Marquez.
like I've been saying.
That one knocked Limon off balance. I don't know that he was hurt, but visually, that was the best looking shot of the fight for Marquez.
Momentarily stunned, for sure.
And you follow with that with a left hook. That's Basic 101. Throw that right uppercut, follow with a left hook.
I think Marquez should jump on him. Not to say that he can't get hit, but his shots are not hurting him.
Right.
Jump on him while you got him a little hurt.
Here's a crowd here in Houston coming alive for Marquez. The chance of Gio at the Owl's Nest here in H-Town.
Now you know you can hurt him. Get in the pocket. Get in the pocket, let your hands go. Look at that, overhand right. Almost sent him to the ropes.
We're in round 7. He has to do that and put his foot on the gas now.
All right, so Gio's taking the round back.
Marquez has said he's been waiting for these steps up into 8-rounders, and he has saved his best work for round 7.
Good job. It's safe to say that Marquez has made a slight adjustment here in this round and a bit of the last one. Good jab, also landed by Marquez. Better distancing.
Best round of the fight for Giovanni Marquez as we head into the 8th and maybe final round.
Which is the bonus round.
All right, last round. Last round. What do you want to do?
Have I banked enough rounds to maybe lose it and put in pressure? Like, secure the round smart.
Yeah, but you could get him out right now. You could get him out right now. You don't know. 8th round. You don't know what the judges have it. I think you're winning. He's winning, right, Brandon?
Último round. Último round con todo, hijo. Con todo. Ok. La guarda bien cerradita, ok.
Suelta todo aquí, pero no te descuides.
No te descuides, ten cuidado con los golpes en la nuca.
Round number 8 between Giovanni Marquez and Jason Limon, and that means it is a money round once again, and you know what to do. Use the hashtag MoneyRound on the Money Round post at the Overtime Boxing Instagram page if you want a shot of winning $100.
Gio came out with his hands high, tightly tucked. You know what that means? I'm going in. I'm going in, and I'm going for the knockout.
Limon answers back. A beautiful uppercut and a straight right hand behind it.
He's not going to make it easy for Gio.
Marquez trying to make this a dogfight in the 8th round. Whether they think they need this round or whether he thinks he just wants another pair of off-whites, Marquez is fighting with a little bit of desperation right now.
Indeed.
Let's go. Put them together. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Put them together. Walk, 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 walk. There we go. Nice jab. More jab. More jab. More jab.
Obviously,
more jab.
he wants to finish
More
strong.
jab. Let's go. More jab. Show what you got.
Halfway through this round.
Here, Raul Marquez, he wants Giovanni to be more active with his jab. Keep popping it out there.
There we go. There we go. Pop it. Pop it.
He wants him to walk him down.
Pop it. There we go. There we go. Let's go. Right there. Right there. Right there. Right there.
At this
Let's go.
point, he needs power shots, no jabs to end this fight strong.
I really think you should do what you said earlier, because Limon is rolling with those right hands.
Yep.
You know, the overhand right hands, but if you just hit him with that right hand to the body, you might change things.
Follow up with a left hook upstairs.
Listen, there is the potential that we have some razor-thin scorecards here, guys. So both men looking to create some separation, make a statement here in the 8th.
Yeah. I gotta say, I wouldn't mind watching an overtime round right now after this one.
Closing in on the final 30 seconds here of round 8. As Marquez continues to try to walk Limon down. A nail biter here in Houston as Marquez connects with a nice left hook.
Good right hand by Marquez.
And over the top.
Neither guy have been able to hurt each other in this fight.
You don't know you run around, jump on him. Don't let these 10 seconds just go away.
And this shootout will end at a standstill.
And no customary shaking of the hand after the fight. Both guys walk away from each other.
Well, now they need a second for the nerves to calm down, and then they'll
We're
probably
not
show some
entirely certain that this one is over, by the way.
That's a good point.
We are not entirely certain of that.
I think we'll get a ruling, but that's a good point.
Don't take the tape off the gloves yet.
Well, let's take a look at some highlights from this one. A back and forth battle between Marquez and Limon. We take a look back at some of the highlights here. A seesaw battle between Limon and Marquez, who both had their moments in this fight. Really, you know, it's Marquez on the inside, it's Limon from long range. That really is the story of this fight.
Limon from long range, Limon with the jab, and sometimes with the counter left hook, like right there. But the constant pressure was from Marquez, and his best work was done in the pocket.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the
ropes, and a little elbow right there by Marquez.
I think the moments that didn't suit Marquez well was when he was pulling back, as his father advised him not to do.
All right, let's see what these scorecards are looking like. Let's send it back up to Lupe.
After going all 8 rounds, we go to the scorecard to determine a winner. Judge Rodriguez scores about 77-75 in favor of Limon. Judge Esperon, 77-76 in favor of Marquez. And Judge Russell scores about 76-76. We have a split draw. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, at OTX, that is absolutely not allowed. They go to an overtime round.
We're going to OT, baby.
I'm excited. Did you guys do this just for me?
Yes,
Thank
just
you.
for you. You wanted it, Barack, live.
The crowd is erupting right now. This is how you change the game. We don't do draws around here.
No.
Now, if this round is a draw, then there's a problem.
Only the second time in overtime boxing history, an overtime round. Giovanni Marquez and Jason Limon, everything on the line right here.
I love it because both fighters know I have to win this round.
And if you know who won the round, you know who wins the fight automatically.
Exactly.
He's asking for his mouthpiece. His mouthpiece fell, and Limon asked and looked at the ref, my mouthpiece. But you're not supposed to stop. You have to wait for the ref to stop the fight.
Yep, that's right. But did he forget his mouthpiece?
I believe he did.
That's what happened.
It didn't fall out. It never went in.
He's not excited.
Nothing really happening in the opening 40 seconds of this round or so.
Not yet.
Good luck for Jason Limon, who places a nice right hand to the body. A little bit of nervous energy here, guys. These are two fighters who are going for it in overtime. They're trying to kind of carefully make sure they win this round.
Neither fighter wants to get touched.
Nope.
No one wanting to make a mistake here in the overtime round.
That's probably the first punch landed that jab by Limon just there.
But, you know, Giovanni is going to have to do something now because this round will go to one guy. Can't have a draw in a round.
You can't. It could be 10-10.
All the hype behind Giovanni Marquez, obviously, the name value, the son of a world champion, of an Olympian. He debuted on national television.
And
His undefeated record hanging in the balance right here.
I think he needs to let his hands go more, not worry about a knockout. Remember, you only have to win this one round. You have to put your foot on the gas.
Yeah, I don't think he's worried about it now, but you don't want that jab to win the fight for Limon.
Listen, I've seen about 2 punches land this round. There was one right hand to the body from Limon. There was one jab from Limon. This fight might come down to a singular moment in this round.
Yes, one shot landed, a significant shot.
The flurry to the body there for Marquez. And backs Limon up with a nice left hook.
That could be that moment, Corey.
Is that all it will take?
Did that left hook just win Marquez the round?
Another left hook landed there. There's 30 seconds to solidify it.
Limon saying, I want my lick back.
Limon looking for a counter. Those shots sail over the top. Final 10 seconds of overtime.
I know it's going to be whoever last punch.
Yes.
10 seconds. Oh, boy. He called that a slip. Referee called that a slip.
Oh, no.
So, high drama here in Houston.
Now we know what it takes to make the crowd go crazy in the overtime round.
The question is, will that flurry to the body that we saw in that round from Giovanni Marquez, was that enough to win this fight? Because really, that might have been the only moment of consequence in the entire round.
Only significant punches landed, probably.
What an effort from that man, Jason Limon. Giving Giovanni Marquez all he can handle. And now that undefeated record of Marquez's is in the hands of the judges once again.
This was definitely a learning experience for both fighters. You know, both fighters, but more so Giovanni, because it took him a while to really figure Limon out. And Limon is just a really good fighter.
See the nervous look on the face of Giovanni Marquez's mother.
Rightfully so. This is suspense.
All right, the scorecards are in the ring. Let's send it back up to Lupe.
Ladies and gentlemen, after an overtime round, a round of applause for these two warriors. As we go to the scorecard, Judge Russell scores it 86-85 in favor of Marquez. Judge Rodriguez, 86-85 in favor of Limon. And Judge Esperon scores it 86-86. This fight is a split draw.
I told you. I told you.
Even after overtime.
I told you, you can have a draw still. You can. Look at that. Wow. We need to see a rematch.
In OTX history, again, those scores, 86-85 Marquez, 86-85 the other way, and then even a draw.
Right, that means the referee scored a 10-10. Uh-oh, a little ruckus in the ring.
Well, we saw the bad blood between these two boiling over on social media. But right now, Ak is in the ring. He's standing by with Gio Marquez.
All right, look, overtime round. Nobody expected a draw. Again, you've been wanting tough fights over and over again. You don't want any soft touches. What was difficult in the fight that Limon brought to the table?
He's a pure boxer. He didn't really want to fight. Like I said, he was going to be running a marathon, but it's boxing. You know, it's boxing. Styles make fights. I came to put pressure. I came to give the fans a show. He didn't really want to engage, so I started boxing too. I think I edged the fight.
So before the overtime round, going in to the first decision, did you think you did enough to win the fight?
Yeah, I thought I pulled it out. I thought I landed the cleaner shots. Going into the overtime round, I was like, all right, I'm going to just secure this round, and I thought I did that too.
Would you run it back with him? Would you consider that?
It's only right. We have to run it back. The next show, run it back.
Congratulations, Gerald. We're going to talk to Limon. Limon. All right, we're standing here with El Gallo, Limon, going into the fight, the first fight before the first decision. Did you think you did enough to win the fight?
Oh yeah, definitely. I think I landed the cleaner punches and the most punches.
Right. What challenges did Gio present to you?
He was just a come forward fighter, and that's what we worked on. Just boxing us did, and we honestly didn't think we were going to control the round sometimes because we thought he was going to be putting pressure the whole fight. But there was times during the fight where I would walk him down.
Well, if you do get a chance to run it back with him, what would you do different?
Yeah, I'd have to make it more clear for the judges because I came into Houston and it's his town, so I'm pretty sure that's why we got robbed this fight.
Well, good fight, good performance. Looking forward to seeing you in again. Back to you guys.
Un saludo a toda mi gente de Bonfil, Campeche y de Vaquería Jalisco. Aquí está tu gallo. Y viva México, cabrones.
All right, Corey and Barack.
Can you translate for us, Corey?
My Spanish is not that good. Well, actually, I do know what he said at the end. I don't know. It was 14 plus. I'm not going to repeat it. That's okay. What a fight between Gio Marquez and Jason Limon. And the debate, I'm sure, will rage on as we take a look at the CompuBox punch stats, which favor El Gallo Limon in every category. And certainly Limon will look at these punch stats and say, see, I did deserve the victory. This obviously is not how you score a fight, but this is very complimentary to his argument as you see him out-throwing, out-landing, and being more accurate than Gio Marquez in this fight.
Right, I mean, that's what I saw. I did see Jason landing the more punches, but it really depends on rounds. You know, it depends. You could land a whole bunch of punches in one round and maybe didn't win enough rounds, but it was a close fight. I don't agree with Giovanni saying that Jason didn't come to fight, because Limon came to fight, and that was a good fight. 50-50, evenly matched. Let's run it back, guys.
Well, let's run it back indeed.
Oh, they caught me. I was excited. I mean, we got an overtime round, man.
Well, you know what's going to be exciting this fight coming up next? The first of 2 first-round OTX tournament fights coming up tonight. Robert Tiger Terry takes on Esteban Villalobos. That is coming up next.
Giving boxing exactly what he needs. The best be the best. Estrada's a huge star, risking it all. We talk about pound for pound great fighters, Bam Rodriguez.
Once we're in that ring, there's no respect.
This kid is super special.
From here on out, it's just big fight after big fight. I can't wait to put on the show.
A fight of the year contender written all over it.
Hawaiian punch, get it?
All right, let's take a look at the tail of the tape for our co-main event, the first of 2 tournament bouts here tonight. Robert Terry, Esteban Villalobos. Villalobos stepping in on short notice. He'll enjoy some physical advantages here tonight, a little bit of a height advantage, a little bit of a reach advantage, but Robert Terry had plenty more time to prepare for this one. Can Villalobos spring the upset? Can he advance in this bracket that we take a look at right now? You see Brandon Adams and Francisco Verón waiting on the other side of the bracket. The winner of Villalobos and Terry will take on the winner of our main event coming up a little bit later on between Andreas Katzourakis and Abdukakhorov. Plenty of action is still to come here tonight, but we are ready to take a closer look at our next two fighters.
What makes me a dangerous fighter is I feel what you don't know. You don't know where I come from and the way I came up and the things that I've seen, endured, and went through.
He's gonna feel something that he's never felt before. I'm here to take over.
I'm Robert Tiger Terry. I'm from Jersey City, New Jersey. I feel like boxing saved me in a lot of ways. I would get into a lot of fights outside often. Whatever the situation is, I feel like I can weather the storm.
I got myself to the point where I am. I've done my whole career by myself. I'm a boxer puncher, street fighter. I fight with a lot of pride. Probably one of the hardest hitters. I can't wait to show it.
I really just gotta show the world who I am and show the world my talents. I just need an opportunity.
You know, 154 is in my new division and I'm gonna take over. I'm coming straight after him and, you know, I'm coming to knock him out. I'm just here to win this whole tournament. That's just what it is. Esteban Villalobos, remember that name.
So if I hold that,
We kick off our second bracket of the OTX Super Welterweight Tournament.
Talk back.
In the blue corner, making his ring walk, Esteban Villalobos.
So Esteban Villalobos makes his way to the ring, stepping in on somewhat short notice to take part in this tournament. You see the tagline, I'm not privileged, I'm a self-made boxer. He is self-managed, he is self-promoted, and he has basically worked his way into the ecosystem of the Benavidez gym in the Pacific Northwest. Villalobos last time out also stepped in on short notice against Freddie Lawson and almost pulled out the victory in the final round of that fight. And now joining us at the commentary table, someone who's used to fighting people on short notice, Leanna Cruz. First of all, congratulations on the victory here tonight.
Thank you so much.
What do you think about the tournament that we've seen thus far? What do you think about this structure?
I love it. I mean, I think this is something that boxing needs. I haven't seen anything like this since Andre Ward and his tournament, so this is really cool, and I'm happy to be a part of it.
What about that overtime round in the last fight? Who did you think won the fight?
I thought Gio won it, to be honest, but I also think that he didn't step on the gas enough in the last like 2 rounds where he was supposed to go get him. I don't understand how it still was a draw with it being 9 rounds. It didn't make any sense to me.
It's a great question, but going into that last round, did you think he won the last round as well, the overtime round?
No, I don't think he won that.
Well, Esteban Villalobos steps in as we get ready for our co-main event here. Villalobos, all action all the time, and he should have a willing participant across the ring from him in Robert Terry.
In the red corner, his counterpart and one of the tournament favorites, Robert Terry.
Jersey City's Robert Tiger Terry with an inspirational story as he enters the ring and enters the OTX tournament with an undefeated record, 11-0-1. The only blemish on that record was a draw in an absolute war with Raul Sanchez on Showbox. That inspirational story, that's because Robert Terry works graveyard shifts at a factory and trains around that. This is a man who does not get a whole lot of sleep, Leanna.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. I remember, you know, me working and boxing was hard on me, so I can't even imagine working in a warehouse and working graveyard shifts and being a father. So salute to Robert Terry.
What was the last job that you had?
I was a bartender, and I've been a bartender since I was 18.
So you would work at night, at least you'd be able to sleep during the day and train during the day.
Yeah, I would actually train at like 8 in the morning. I had strength and conditioning at like 1 or 2, and then I would go to my shift at like 4 p.m.
That's why she has so many bar fights. They wouldn't tip her enough.
So Robert the Tiger Terry looking to advance in the OTX tournament. But he has a Hellraiser across the ring from him in Esteban Villalobos. This should be a good one. Let's send it back up to Lupe to meet the fighters.
We continue with the action here at the Red Owl Boxing Arena as boxing's newest proving ground hits the road. It is OTX Friday Night Fights, powered by C4 Energy, energy that hits. Get it at your local GNC. This is our co-main event of the evening. 10 rounds of boxing in the super welterweight division. Representing the World Boxing Council, Tommy Ashe, President Mauricio Suleiman, our judges at ringside. We have Randy Russell, Joe Rodriguez, along with Alejandro Leon. Introducing first, the fighter in the blue corner. Tonight, he brings relentless action and his hardcore gangster mentality to the boxing ring. With a record of 16 victories against 2 losses, 1 bout even, 11 of those victories coming by way of KO. Hailing from Mount Vernon, Washington, and now fighting out of Indio, California, Manos de Oro, Esteban Villalobos. Across the ring in the red corner, tonight, he goes from grinding on the graveyard shift to showcasing his skills in prime time, fighting for his ultimate inspiration, his 2 kids, and taking the next step towards a world title. He puts his undefeated record on the line of 11-0 with 1 bout even and 4 of those victories coming by way of knockout. Ripping Jersey City, New Jersey, Robert Tiger Terry. With final instructions and final words, referee John Shorley.
Okay, guys, give me a good, clean fight. Obey my commands. Protect yourselves at all times. Touch gloves. Good luck.
Well,
It's time, Houston.
Terry,
red or blue corner, pick your side.
both Robert Terry and Esteban Villalobos have escaped a life of violence on the streets. They are going to run towards it in the ring here tonight. Who will advance to the semifinals of the tournament? Will it be Terry? Will it be Villalobos? Round 1 underway. This one's scheduled for 10. And of course, this is the money round. And that means if you want to win $100, if you see a knockout in one of these money rounds, comment hashtag money round on the money round post at the Overtime Boxing Instagram page for a shot to get paid.
You know, Corey, they both wearing Grant gloves, but Terry seems so much bigger if you look at him.
Yeah, it might be the way that it's taped. It could be, you know, the way the padding is positioned in those gloves. Terry starting off well with those jabs to the body. Leanna, now you've been involved in a couple of fights here on Overtime Boxing. Did you find that your mentality changed at all in these money rounds? Did it kind of seep into your brain that there's some cash on the line?
Oh, absolutely. You know, the first round, my last fight, I was like, you know what, I'll just either take her out in the first or the last round, but I was just going to have fun in there regardless. I think right now, though, Robert Terry's really just trying to feel him out, get his timing down, establish his range.
And he's an East Coast guy, not too far from Pennsylvania.
He's only, I think, like an hour and a half out of Philly. I know he's sparred with Boots, and that's great work. So, you know, to have somebody like that in front of you and then come into a fight, you know, you can't get any better work than that.
Absolutely.
And both these guys getting tremendous work. You mentioned his work at the Boots Ennis gym, Villalobos in the Benavidez camp, but he's known Joel and Antonio Diaz from a young age, so they've used him for sparring against Shakram Giasov, Brandon Lee, Thomas Delorme, etc. He's basically made his living as a sparring partner while trying to manage and promote himself as a fighter.
You know, going into a first round, you see so many different versions of fighters. Some guys try to be assertive to make a statement. Some guys try to really feel their fight out. What's your mindset going into the first round again?
Mine is always just to feel him out, just because, you know, I think it's important to, one, give the fans a show, but also to continue to showcase whatever you were working on for the camp and, you know, execute the game plan. So to me, you can't go out there guns blazing. I think that's how you can get hurt. But I also think it's important to, you know, establish that you're there to fight in the first round as well.
Right, with no rush.
No rush. Take your time. And I think that's what Terry's doing right now.
Villalobos looking for that right hand.
I see Lobo switching a little bit.
Switching back and forth, southpaw to orthodox, just trying to stalk Robert Terry here in the opening round.
Seems like Terry's landing the more clear punches in his first round.
Good opening round for the Tiger from Jersey City. And we're here ringside, Corey Erdman, Ak, and Leanna Cruz, fresh off her victory over at Nancy Franco. It looked like you were having a lot of fun in there tonight. You looked pretty relaxed.
Thank you. Yeah, I was having a lot of fun. You know, she came in short notice, and I was really upset that I didn't get to fight my original opponent. So I was like, you know, forget everything I worked on in camp and the game plan and everything, just go in there, treat it like sparring and have fun. So I was actually trying new stuff in there, too.
It looked like you might have been about 5 seconds away from a knockout at the end of that fight, too.
I mean, I think the ref was hating on me a little bit. He was definitely hating because she should have been stopped in the first or the last round, which is what I was trying to do.
Well, whatever you was working on there, it looked like you had a game plan for just her because it was really smooth. But how active do you want to be? I mean, did you say something to Britton and Brandon and everybody at overtime on how soon you want to come back out?
No, but they know what I'm here for. They know I'm here to become a world champion.
No doubt.
Round 2 underway here between Robert Terry and Esteban Villalobos. Opening round matchup in the OTX 154-pound tournament. The winner of this will advance to the semifinals. And obviously we'll get one of these men a step closer to their goal of becoming world champion as well.
The winner of this tournament will be mandatory for the WBC silver at 154, which is a step closer to that WBC 154 title.
You could tell that Esteban has worked in the Benavidez camp just by his style, walking forward, coming down.
Yeah, Villalobos very unconcerned about what's coming back at him right now. He's getting touched, but he's certainly not bothered by what Terry's been doing so far. And Terry certainly won that opening round.
And he's winning this round with just a jab and a check hook.
And his footwork.
Yeah, picking his shots.
Andreas Katzourakis.
But we don't know if Esteban is trying to wear him out in the beginning, let his all his energy, because everybody always has the most energy in the beginning of the fight. But they have a 10-round fight, so we'll see if he keeps that same energy.
The winner of this fight obviously will go on to face the winner of this man in the bottom right of your screen, Andreas Katzourakis. Will take on Kudratillo Abdukakhorov in our main event coming up next.
He needs not to be worrying about these guys yet because he has a tough task ahead of him tonight in the main event.
Good check hook there for Robert Terry a moment ago. Villalobos, we should mention, by all accounts, had a pretty rough weight cut. We heard he had to cut something like 12 pounds or so overnight. Leanna, what's the roughest weight cut that you've ever had?
I actually went all the way down to 112, and the night before at weigh-ins, I was 110.8 pounds, and I actually walk around at 135. So.
Oh my goodness! Oh.
Yeah. I can't even imagine losing 12 pounds in one night, though.
Well, the Houston heat here probably helped Villalobos, but again, take this fight on short notice, self-managed, self-promoted. You don't always get the advance notice to start that weight cut ahead of time.
He couldn't even make the fighter meetings because it was that bad.
Oh, wow. Well, I mean, you could tell that he had a rough weight cut. He's not letting his hands go at all.
After you weigh in, what's your favorite meal?
Pasta. I love pasta.
That's
definitely a noodle girl.
That's almost every fighter's go-to after the weigh-in. Carbohydrates.
Absolutely.
Villalobos is trying to bull rush Terry at the end of the round, but another good one for the Tiger.
It seems like Terry's winning this fight, and he's not even trying that hard. He's placing his shots comfortably.
And he's calm.
All right, let's send it over to Barack. Barack, what do you have for us?
Thanks, guys. We're here with Andreas Katzourakis, and now he's paying close attention to this fight because you're going to fight the winner. Now, this is what happens when you perform well at OTX4. Now you're the headliner. How does that feel?
I mean, it feels amazing. You know, it feels surreal, the fact that I'm from Greece. I didn't see anything like that coming on, and I'm headlining my first TV show, which is amazing.
Right, okay, so we watched 2 rounds already. You've seen what Terry did. We see what Villalobos is doing. Who's winning the fight so far?
I think Terry's winning the fight because Villalobos doesn't throw enough. I think he's too big, too sluggish, too heavy. Terry can't really punch from what I'm seeing, but he wins the fight.
But who would you rather fight?
Anyone.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't really matter.
Can I get a prediction now with Abdukakhorov?
Yep, we're gonna stop him later rounds.
Wow. Okay, you gotta stick to that. All right, thank you. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Barack. We can't wait for that main event. Katzourakis, Abdukakhorov coming up next. But round 3 now underway here between Robert Terry and Esteban Villalobos. And you know, Katzourakis with a very good observation. Villalobos obviously just has not had the punch output, Leanna, to be able to bank any of these rounds.
Right, he has to let his hands go if he wants to win this fight because Terry's doing a great boxing, great footwork, and keeping his jab out there and staying busy with it.
You know, going back, of course, to the weight cut for Villalobos as well. You know, at his best, we've seen Villalobos as a true volume puncher, but is there the possibility that he's conserving energy here, knowing, okay, I had a rough weight cut, I've got a 10-round fight here, I came in on short notice, is he maybe conserving some of that energy?
Maybe not conserving, maybe he doesn't have any, because it can deplete you that much, and he's doing what he can do, but you don't want to create excuses for him.
However, that could be a thing. If you watch Benavidez versus Plant over, that's exactly what he did to Caleb Plant. He let Caleb Plant use all the energy that he had in the beginning of the fight, and then he started walking him down and letting his hands go.
That's a good assessment, yeah, because Plant was doing well early in that fight, but David wasn't letting his hands go as much.
Yep, and that's the game plan sometimes. You know, fight fans, some people just want to see a fight and a brawl, but, you know, there's a lot more that goes into this, especially when you plan for this.
Yeah, this is a thinking woman and man sport.
Yes,
I was about to say a thinking man sport.
I'm sure Villalobos would love for this to become a brawl. But Robert Terry wisely using the perimeter of the ring and just dictating the pace of this fight with that lead hand as he drops a right hand to the body and then brings it up top.
Good left hook landed by Terry there.
I like how he's committing to that jab to the body. It's opening everything up.
Yep. And we were just talking about that in the last fight. We wanted Giovanni to maybe throw more of that jab for his distance. Terry's doing a good job at it so far.
And he's staying calm.
Yeah.
Terry following the game plan of his coach, Bobby Rudy Jr., former pro himself. They train at the Bayonne Recreation Boxing Gym.
Shout out to Bayonne. I had a short stint in Bayonne for a couple of years.
Were you training with Jimmy the Cat?
No, just living in the city.
All right, okay.
Good double left hook.
Beautiful work there from Robert Terry. Putting his shots together, and you see the smile from Villalobos. Double tough, double durable. But Robert Terry just continues to put rounds in the bank.
He's finding openings and creating them.
Yep, with the jab, as Liana pointed out, downstairs, upstairs. That jab in the midsection opens up so much.
And he's going, he's changing levels, head, body, in combination.
I don't even think he's put his foot on the gas really in this fight. He's cruising.
I agree.
When you make him listen, you're still in the pocket, and then you're going for a little walk. He misses one of those big shots, stay inside and rip.
Making Jersey City proud, Terry is right
now. Put them together, right? You want to win this fucking fight, right? Yeah, do that way. Give me some grease.
I actually spoke with Robert Terry's coach, I think, the day before weigh-ins. I was at the pool. And he said that this was the best weight cut that Robert Terry has had thus far.
Oh, wow. So maybe that's why he looks like he's in great condition,
Absolutely.
not breathing hard.
Yeah, very different weight cuts for Terry and Villalobos coming into this fight as round 4 begins.
And you can see it like with their physique. He looks very much in shape right now.
Well, speaking of the Robert Terry corner, Barack is standing by with Mr. Rooney. Barack.
Thank you very much, Corey. Listen, are you happy with Terry's performance right now?
I like the way he picked it up in the last half of the last round. He's starting to show a little more urgency. I want him to pick up the pace a little bit. I know this guy struggled to make weight. This is what I want to see right here.
Is it just me, or does Villalobos look like he's about 180 pounds?
He looks big. He does look big. He's a thick guy.
All right, thank you. Good luck, Jack.
Thank you so much, Barack. Yeah, the size differential is definitely stark on your screen. I mean, Villalobos looks like he might be about 3 weight classes bigger than Robert Terry right now. Obviously has to do with the weight cut where he started and where he wound up.
You know, speaking of weight cut, you know, I would suggest for Terry to go to the body often when a guy is struggling to make weight. That's where you want to attack him early. Leanna, what would be your game plan knowing that your opponent has struggled to make weight?
Oh, body all day. I actually had that happen in my, I think it was my 5th fight. I fought Simone De Silva, and she was struggling to make weight, and I ended up dropping her with a body shot.
Wow. Yep, see something that.
But also, I think what would really work for Terry is changing the angle, just because Esteban is very straightforward, come forward. So angling on him is going to eat him up all day.
Yeah.
Good flurry there from Terry.
As he's kind of doing that shifting and turning him after landing the check left hook.
Nice.
I think one thing that Terry has figured out is that Villalobos, for the most part, needs his feet planted if he wants to throw. He's going to come in square, and he wants to get here where he can let his hands go. And as long as Terry can kind of stay on the move, Villalobos is also not going to throw.
Yep. You can tell that Villalobos is very heavy on his front foot. So that's why he's struggling to move. And then you add in the weight cut. It's looking like it's going to be a long night for him.
Yeah, and I agree with Robert, Terry's trainer. I think he needs to step it up and put his foot on the gas a little more because he's able to land almost at will. So maybe it's time to kick it up another notch, turn it into next gear.
Placing a nice right hand to the body. At the same time, again, we've seen this story with Villalobos before. This fight looks a lot like that Freddie Lawson fight last time out for him, and Villalobos very nearly got Lawson out of there in the final round.
I remember that one.
With his story, you can definitely tell that Villalobos has heart, and he's not going to be, he's not going to go down easy. So it might be a long night for Robert Terry too.
I wonder when he has to go to back. You think Monday he has to go back to work on a night shift, Corey?
I hope not.
Take a couple days off.
Suéltate un poquito más, güey. No pienses en los golpes, ¿ok? Eso es ópera, el cuerpo, güey. Concentradito, quiero que me tires más el 1-2, muévete y trabaja más cuerpo, ¿ok? Eso es ópera. Ahorita se lo metiste el ópera. ¿Ok? ¿Cómo te sientes? ¿Bien? Ok, vámonos.
Well, the party continues here in Houston as the OTX 154-pound tournament continues. Robert Terry so far cruising against Esteban Villalobos.
Nice right hand by Villalobos.
Liana, how many text messages did you get after your victory? I see you on your phone. Do a lot of people hit you and you have...
Well, I actually turned my phone off before the fight, but my notifications are blowing up right now. So I'm trying to stay off and only answer certain people, but it's kind of hard.
I bet. People are proud.
Villalobos looking for that right hand over the top. One of the many tattoos on the body of Villalobos is one of his hero, Johnny Tapia, whose story he says he strongly relates to.
Amazing story Johnny Tapia has.
What an amazing story it would be for Villalobos if he could pull off the upset in this one. But the round's starting to get away from him.
Terry.
Yeah, nice shot there from Terry. The nice pivot on the inside, the left hook downstairs, and brings it up top.
What I would like to see from Terry is when he does throw that left hook, he's kind of always on the move or hopping or jumping. I want him to sit on his back foot and put some leverage behind that left hook.
Arm right hand there from Terry.
Fight is one-sided so far, Corey.
Beautiful. This is what Villalobos wants.
Yeah.
Wants him to just stay there.
Good straight right to the body.
Terry has to stay on the move.
Exactly. This is more of a...
This is what Esteban wants.
Yeah, that's more of his fight style.
Well, at the same time, Villalobos is getting to the space that he wants, but Terry looks pretty comfortable countering on the inside, too.
He is landing still in that pocket on the ropes.
It's just a little dangerous just because Esteban seems to have power. So, you know, with him being planted and everything, and he's banking on one shot.
It's a better place for him to be in.
Well, clearly that is the game plan for Villalobos. It's the same thing we saw from him last time out. Conserve energy, try and grind your opponent down. Just try and slowly erode Robert Terry, even if he's giving up rounds in the process. He's landing shots like that.
Yep. And notice, too, that Esteban has success when he lets his hands go. When he throws one shot, he's not going to catch Terry with just one shot.
Nope. So far, with the couple of shots that Esteban has landed, he hasn't been able to hurt Terry, which is making Terry even more comfortable in the pocket as he gets hit with the left hook there.
The pull counter right hand there from Terry a moment ago. A better round for Villalobos, working in the spaces that he wants to work in, but Robert Terry countering well on the inside.
Not enough to win the round, though. I think Terry still landed the bigger shots.
I agree. I think Esteban has to pick it up if he wants to win this fight.
I think so far we have a shutout every round for Terry.
I'm fighting for my family, I'm fighting for my kids. Two kids I'm fighting for. I want to be a great role model for them. And I want them to look back on some of these moments and be able to watch and say, wow, that's my dad. I'm inspired by that moment. It means the world to me.
As we said, placing that short right, he missed that left hook, but he landed a beautiful right after.
Well, the left hook was a setup.
Yep. Esteban is applying pressure, but not effective. He's not, there he goes, landed a little left hand there.
Round 6 underway. You'd have to imagine 5 rounds in the bank for Robert Terry, but again, Villalobos starting to do some better work in that 5th round, starting to work in the spaces that he wants to work in. And Villalobos is, you know, kind of like your buddy Saquon Barkley. You know, you pound the ball up the middle, and eventually you start getting more yards. Man, that's the game plan.
Right, I was a Saquon fan until he left. I'm a giant, big giant fan.
Good shot there from Villalobos, a nice left hook, but Terry comes back with one of his own.
I tell you, Terry looks in shape. He's not breathing hard at all. I haven't seen him go into the corner and take a deep breath yet.
And he's moving a lot, so that says what kind of shape he's really in.
Yep. I'll tell you what, if Villalobos' game plan is to put his foot on the gas later on in the fight, now is the time. It's a 6th round and a 10-round fight.
Absolutely. This is the time where he has to pick it up if he wants to win.
Yep.
Villalobos has said very openly in the past, I don't like opponents who move around too much. And
too bad this is called boxing.
Right. I mean,
but that's
luckily,
what I mean. Some styles and fight fans, they want to see you bang out and brawl right in the middle of the ring. But, you know, there's more that comes into it, like skill.
Yes, indeed.
Well, luckily for Villalobos, luckily for him, he's got a bit of a smaller ring here tonight. Of course, Overtime Boxing wants a smaller ring to engage action, so he hasn't had to follow Robert Terry all that far around the ring, but he is walking in to shots like that from Robert Terry, making it easy for Terry to just touch him with that jab.
Maybe Villalobos is waiting for the last round in that knockout bonus in the last round.
You can see Esteban is frustrated.
Very much so. Good combination from Terry.
I like that Terry has stuck to the game plan. Hasn't abandoned it. It's easy to, especially when you know you're up in a fight, to abandon it and then just start doing whatever you want. But you can see he's a very disciplined fighter.
Listening to his coach. But I do think his coach mentioned he wants him to put his foot on the gas a little bit more. I mean, he's obviously he can land these shots, so a little more mustard of pressure.
I also think Terry has to go back down to the body. I haven't seen him do as much body work as
body shot.
There we go.
He can hear you.
And it opened up.
Nice left hook. A burst of energy there from Esteban Villalobos.
So after boxing, career in broadcasting, how comfortable you are on the mic?
I'm pretty comfortable, especially when it comes to boxing. I think I have a great IQ of the sport, and I think I know the sport pretty well. I just don't know the history pretty well, so I gotta do some research on that.
Well, this man is coming up next. This is Kudratillo Abdukakhorov, who'll be taking on Andreas Katzourakis in our main event. The Uzbek standout looking to advance to the semifinals here in Houston.
Definitely have a fight on the main event.
Absolutely. Two great fighters.
Yes. Both come to fight.
And I think they're both coming in with a chip on their shoulders, so I think this main event is going to be one to really not blink. You might miss some action.
Yeah, you got to keep your eyes on the screen. And the winner of that one will fight the winner of this fight right here, folks.
Round 7 underway. Robert Terry and Esteban Villalobos fighting for a berth in the semifinals of the OTX 154-pound tournament. And Robert Terry has dealt very well with the pressure of Esteban Villalobos, which has been
very beautiful.
Nice shot there from Terry, and that one backs Villalobos up. He might be hurt.
Yeah, looks like he did hurt.
Villalobos hanging on for the first time in this fight. Villalobos buzzed by some of these shots from Robert Terry.
Right to the body, followed by the left hook.
That body work is bothering Esteban.
Yeah, I think you're right, and I think he should keep going to the body. He's landing that straight right, lead right at will.
What I also notice about Terry, too, he's not throwing everything hard, and I think that's another reason that he's able to continue with a beautiful left hook. He's hurt.
One back, Villalobos up. Robert Terry, a tiger pouncing on his prey.
No answer back from Villalobos. The ref is looking close.
Needs to get in between them. He's hurt bad.
Big moment here for Robert Terry. Esteban Villalobos trying to weather the storm, but there's a lot of time for Robert Terry to work with here in the 7th.
Bonus money on the line.
Villalobos just continues to walk forward and absorb punishment.
Good chin on him, not going down after that barrage.
Right. You can tell that he's hurt, too, because he's starting to slap his punches. He's not even turning them over.
And another uppercut landed by Terry. Still a lot of time left in this round, Corey.
A lot of time for Terry to work with. Hard left hook from Robert Terry. He is sitting down on these shots. And they're having a different kind of effect on Villalobos.
Did he punch himself out, though, early in that round, trying to stop him?
I think so.
Seems a little
I don't think
gassy
he
right
caught
now.
his second win, but I think his second that the round.
Look at that right hand from Villalobos.
Oh.
Villalobos trying to respond. Villalobos looked like he was in serious trouble at 2 different points in this round. right now looks like a man completely unfazed.
But did he do enough in that last flurry to win the round? I would say Terry still won that round.
100%.
But I also think Villalobos might be one of those fighters that has to get cracked to wake up and maybe start establishing more of a fight. And maybe
And
that's
he got
why
cracked there.
right? I still think that was Esteban's best round despite that flurry in the first minute and a half of the round.
This is when Villalobos seemed to be very hurt after this. Bunch of unanswered shots there. Not all landing.
Upstairs and downstairs levels. That's the same ref for me. I should have stopped my fight. He should have went in between that and stopped that.
I do think that your fight should have been stopped. He heard the 10-second, and that's what let it go.
Round 8 underway after an action-packed round 7, one where Robert Terry looked like he might be getting Esteban Villalobos out of here, and then Villalobos had his best moment of the fight.
Still 3 rounds left in this fight. Anything can happen. Kind of woke Villalobos up a little bit. You're right, man. I think he's a little bit more ready to let his hands go.
Villalobos just slowly stalking Robert Terry all night long. And, you know, one thing you would say, even though Villalobos is obviously taking more punishment in this fight, this is clearly an easy tempo for him to keep up. Robert Terry, I mean, he has to keep moving, he has to keep throwing. He's probably expending a little bit more energy.
I don't think he actually is spending that much energy because he's not throwing everything hard.
Right.
So with throwing everything a little soft, it'll actually end up surprising Esteban, and that's how he ended up almost stopping him.
Tap, 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 rip.
Yep.
Villalobos trying to jump in behind that left hook.
At some point, though, Leanna, if you're controlling a fight to this point, I mean, at some point you will want to say, okay, I can get this guy out of here. Let me put my foot on the gas. And he hasn't done that yet. And, I mean, he did in that last round, so.
I think he's going to put on his foot on the gas just in a smart way. Once he sees that he's hurt, then he'll go after him. But he knows that his advantage is his footwork and movement, so why not keep that going?
You're right. This is boxing. And fights are scored by rounds. He's obviously winning the rounds.
Terry obviously playing the long game, too. He's got a tournament to worry about.
This is good work. Good rounds he's getting in.
Right hand there from Terry, pops the head back of Villalobos.
Nice left hook.
It's a bad matchup for Villalobos.
You can just tell that he has heart, though, you know, taking this fight on short notice, willing to make the weight, and, you know, managing himself.
Credit to him for that, for sure.
Again, this is a man in Villalobos that has just DIY'd a career. He hadn't even started boxing until 2015. Has been doing it all himself. His hard rounds as a sparring partner.
I can't even imagine something like that, because boxing, as lonely as it is, you definitely do need a solid team. A lot of credit to Esteban.
100%. You can't do it alone.
Started boxing at the age of 25. Walked into a gym pretty much to get in shape. Started sparring, started doing good. I wanted to challenge myself, so I said I'd fight an amateur fight, and if I won, I'd keep going, and if I lost, I'd quit. And I didn't lose. I went 10-0, knocked out 9 of the opponents. Gave me a vision, gave me a dream, and that's what led me here.
te me confíes las manos arriba, güey, trabajan al cuerpo y esos voladitos los estás agarrando y casi lo tumbas, güey. Méteme más combinaciones, güey. Ya, 1, 2.
Round 9 begins, and guys, this is when things tend to get fun in Esteban Villalobos fights. We've referenced the Freddie Lawson fight where he nearly stopped Lawson in the final round. You think about the Blair Cobbs fight where in the 9th round he wound up getting stopped. Yes. Villalobos tends to kind of conserve energy, sometimes out of necessity because he gets these fights on short notice, but in the late rounds he often comes alive.
In theory, but when a guy is drained, you're less likely to have energy.
Shot on the inside there from Villalobos. Villalobos now starting to creep forward.
But Terry answering right back.
Villalobos clearly emboldened and getting a little bit desperate, showing a different side here.
He's losing every round. He needs to get desperate. Credit to a guy who had to lose that much weight and still in a fight in the 9th round. Trying.
And coming forward at that.
Exactly. And getting hit on top of it. Man, I tell you, I think Terry needs to put his foot on the gas. It's the 9th round. He's been dominating the fight.
If I were him, I would keep boxing, conserve my energy, and on the 10th round, then put your foot on the gas.
And that is an extra bonus round,
That's exactly what I did in my fight.
Good strategy. I think they need you in his corner.
Oh, and in the truest sense of the word, Robert Terry doesn't need to do anything. He can use the final 2 rounds and probably be just fine.
And still win.
But he wants an extra few days off from the graveyard shift and some extra money. He needs to get a stoppage in the last round.
This combination there for Robert Terry.
He can't abandon his jab.
Speaking of work.
Beautiful combination.
He's trying.
Look at these counter left hooks from Robert Terry. But look at the bravery of Esteban Villalobos, who just keeps absorbing shots and just keeps marching forward.
Good round, Villalobos. Might have punched himself out there.
Final 10 seconds of round 9. A beautiful boxing performance from Robert Terry thus far.
Now you're going to show the difference, all right? Take a deep breath. All right, so he's going to get that. Last round, he's going to get that foot, okay?
So every time Villalobos has his little flurry, Terry answers back. Discouraging.
All right, we got the money round. It's the 10th round.
Es el último, güey. ¿Vale? Cierra fuerte, güey, ¿ok? Quiero que...
It all comes together. My past, battling addictions, depression, my life, my kids, my family. The last round, you put everything in those 3 minutes.
10th and final round. Who will advance to the semifinals of the OTX 154-pound tournament? Will it be Robert Terry, or will Esteban Villalobos pull a miracle here in the 10th and final round?
I won't bet on it, Corey. But I'm not a betting man.
Well, if you want to bet on yourself and maybe win $100, this is it's a money round. So we got to remind you, use the hashtag #MoneyRound on the Money Round post on the Overtime Boxing Instagram page for a shot to win $100.
Can I do that while I'm on a broadcast?
That might be illegal.
Terry has to work while he's there. I think now's the time definitely to step it up and put his foot on the gas and make a statement.
Yeah, absolutely. This is your opportunity. 2 minutes left.
What a journey it has been for this man, Robert Terry. And particularly between rounds, you've probably seen the scar on the cheek of Robert Terry. That's from a near-death incident. When he was stabbed in the face, he said a whole part of my face was hanging off. And Robert Terry, just another one of thousands of examples over the years of men who have said that boxing has truly saved his life. And right now, he is putting it all together, landing at will on Esteban Villalobos, who just continues to absorb a ridiculous amount of punishment.
Again, he's listening to Leanne. He said, put your foot on the gas.
And he started to.
1 minute left. Try to get that extra cheddar.
Beautiful right hand.
Wow, what a combination there from Terry.
What about the chin of the elbows? Still standing.
Especially after a hard weight cut.
Wow.
But then again, you know, with his story and the things that he's overcome, you might have to kill him to get him out of the ring.
Absolutely.
I mean, listen, if you're going to more or less make a partial living as a sparring partner for the better part of 11 years, you better be this tough. Sparring the guys he's been sparring, you think about Benavidez, Jose Benavidez Jr., Rayo Valenzuela, he's been in with all of them. Closing moments of this contest, a masterclass from Robert Terry as the seconds tick away, and the Tiger will stamp his ticket to the semis.
That was a great fight.
Yes. Dominant performance.
What a performance from Robert Terry here in our co-main event. And what a performance by you, Leanna Cruz.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations once again. Thank you so much for joining us. Your commentary debut. I think you got a future here.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is definitely something I want to step into after boxing.
All right, Leanna, thank you so much. We'll catch up with you after the fight. I'm sure the after party will be rocking here. Robert Terry just waiting for those scorecards. And we
After
imagine
completing all 10 rounds
this is an
inside
easy
the
one to
OTX
score.
ring, we go to the scorecard to determine a winner. Judges Rodriguez and Leon turn in identical scores of 100 to 90, and Judge Russell scores it 98 to 92. In favor of the winner, by way of unanimous decision and moving on, in the OTX Super Welterweight Tournament, Robert Tiger Terry.
So Robert the Tiger Terry improves to 12-0-1, and more importantly, will advance to the semifinals as he awaits the winner of Andreas Katzourakis and Kudratillo Abdukakhorov in our main event. And the Tiger is standing by with Ak.
Congratulations on a dominant performance in this fight. You were fighting a tough guy who spars with guys like Benavidez. Going into this fight, you know what you were up against, but you made it look easy. What was the key in the fight?
Oh, man, I knew he was going to try to, I knew he could punch, so I knew he was going to try to take me to the later rounds and try to knock me out. So I was pacing myself nice. I feel like I could have got him out, though, but I was pacing myself a little bit too much, but I felt like I could have got him out, though.
He landed a couple of shots late in the fight. Did he hurt you at all at that moment?
I wouldn't say it hurt me, but I knew I feel like he could punch a little bit. So it just I just felt so good. So I don't feel like he really hurt me that much. Like
there was a moment in that fight where you landed some big shots unanswered. You feel like the ref should have stopped it at that moment.
Yeah, I felt like that. But I knew that if he make it up, I said he really gonna try to buckle down and try to come at me hard. So I had to pace myself. I knew I'd get another opportunity like that where I could get him out. I felt like I could get him out, but I should have just pressed it a little more, but it's just working.
What would you send out before you leave to Jersey City and your people back on the East Coast? What message you want to send to those people?
I want to say thanks to everybody that's supporting me. I want to thank everybody that's been tuned in. I want to thank my coach Bobby, Brian, Sal. I want to thank DAZN. I want to thank OTX for giving me the opportunity. And I want to send a message to my kids back at home watching me. I love y'all. And my mom's in the building too. I love her too.
Congratulations, and looking forward to seeing you in the next round of the tournament. Back to you guys.
So a feel-good moment for Robert Terry, who will advance to the semifinals. A dominant performance tonight against the late replacement Esteban Villalobos. As we take a look back at the highlights from this one, and it was mostly a highlight reel for Robert Terry, who particularly in the early rounds was able to just use that lead hand to keep Esteban Villalobos at bay. There were some moments for Villalobos in this fight, but this was the big moment that Ak was talking about in the post-fight interview, where it looked like maybe Terry was going to get Villalobos out of there. Villalobos came back after that moment as well and just never went away in this fight. But Robert Terry, to his credit, never slowed down, even in the face of the constant pressure of Villalobos all night long, as you see Terry putting his shots together to close the show. As we take a look at the final CompuBox punch stats, you see the dominance of Tiger Terry, outthrowing Villalobos 680 to 398, outlanding him about 231 to 84. And you see the accuracy landing at a 34% clip. What a performance from Robert Terry, who will advance. But right now, we have some breaking news, and our Barack is standing by backstage. Barack, what do you have for us?
Absolutely. This is breaking news. First off, we saw record-breaking thing, in which was a draw. Now, we don't like draws here. We saw an overtime round, and after that overtime round, we still got a draw. So I was thinking maybe it was a 10-10 round, one of the judges. But it turns out it was a discrepancy with the scorecards in the math, and actually it wasn't a draw, but the winner is standing right here, Giovanni Marquez. How are you feeling about that, champ?
Man, I feel great. I mean, I think that's the beauty of overtime boxing. You know, there's not supposed to be draws, and, you know, I felt I rightly deserved the decision, and the right decision was made. 10-0.
Right, it was strange us hearing a draw after the overtime round, but what was going through your mind when you heard that draw?
Man, I was disappointed. I felt I pulled the fight out. In the overtime round, I felt I landed the more punches. I felt he only landed one punch, and I felt the overtime round is supposed to determine the winner of the fight, and now the right decision has been made.
That's right. I mean, you did probably win that last round, but it was a tough fight. He did land. It looked like the punch that said he did land more punches. Will you run that fight back even though you won the fight?
I'll run it back, but at this point, I mean, I don't see what's the point, because the right man won that fight, and that's me. But I'm not ducking any smoke. Let's run it back.
If you don't run it back, then what's next?
On to the next. You know, keep learning, keep improving. It was a great learning experience, and we just continue the journey.
Are you mad at the judges? Did you get a little depressed with that draw?
I was definitely disappointed. You know, I felt I rightly deserved that fight. It's a little disappointed, you know, in my hometown. You know, how could I get a draw? But the right decision was made. 10-0, on to the next.
Well, congrats, champ.
Yes, sir. Thank
Guys?
Oh, what a swing of emotions there for Giovanni Marquez, as he is retroactively declared the winner as he defeats Jason Limon. But now our focus returns to the OTX 154-pound tournament. You see the left side of the bracket, Brandon Adams and Francisco Verón awaiting. We know that Robert Terry is there in the semis. Who will be there with them? Will it be Andreas Katzourakis? Will it be Kudratillo Abdukakhorov? We will find out next.
When you gotta fit 29 hours into a 24-hour day. I know I'm good when that C4 hits. It's go time! Hello? Ni hao. Bonjour. Because before you know it, it's another day and you gotta be ready to go. So let's f***ing go!
And it's time now to take a look at the tail of the tape for our main event. This one should be an absolute banger. Andreas Katzourakis, Kudratillo Abdukakhorov. You see Katzourakis enjoying a height and a major reach advantage in our main event here, as Katzourakis has promised to stop Abdukakhorov here in our main event.
Kind of fight you can expect from this tournament, you do not want to miss.
My nickname is The Punisher. I punch very hard. I like all the time knock him out my opponent. I'm strong, is never tired. I want everybody to know this is my country, this is Uzbekistan. Katz, I come for you, The Punisher.
We continue with our second bout of the OTX Super Welterweight Tournament. In the blue corner, Kudratillo Abdukakhorov.
As we see Kudratillo Abdukakhorov waiting to make his way to the ring here in Houston. And this is a man who has been painfully close to big fights many times in the past. He thought that he was going to be facing Errol Spence. That was a foregone conclusion. Then he came up short against Cody Crowley. He also thought that he'd be facing Sergey Lipinets for an interim IBF title in 2020, but due to COVID, that spot went to Castillo Clayton instead. So after those setbacks, after those disappointments, guys, he's gonna have to travel the hardest road imaginable here in boxing. He's gonna have to win a tournament to get one of those big opportunities again.
Well said. I mean, this is the reset time, but that's the thing. It's a hard roll because he's in there against Katzourakis, and Katzourakis does not play.
Listen, I remember in Houston, Shakur telling us, I want to take the hard route to become undisputed. I want to take all the fights and beat everybody. He's on a hard road tonight with Katz in front of him. I like the furry collar, guys. Sorry.
Oh, no, that's fine. That's fine.
Looks like the King of the North if you watch Game of Thrones.
I don't know if it goes with the teeth chains, but the saber-toothed lion teeth.
Well, let's take a closer look at the man he'll be facing here tonight, Andreas Katzourakis.
At the end of the day, I already trained, I already did my homework, I already did what I had to do, so it doesn't matter what he did, it doesn't matter what he's gonna bring to the table. I know what I'm gonna bring to the table, and it's gonna be more than what he does. have any added pressure. The pressure of me becoming the world champion and achieving my dreams, it's already enough. I know my opponent was the former #1 contender and he fumbled the ball. He leaves himself too much open and I'm gonna capitalize on those opportunities. I'm gonna apply pressure from the beginning to the end. His nickname might be the Punisher, but I'm gonna be the one serving punishment tonight.
In the red corner, his opposition, Andreas Katzourakis.
Here comes the man known affectionately just as Katz, Andreas Katzourakis. You hear the fans here in Houston. There is a massive Greek community in this city, and the Greek flags are all over the place here in the venue as Katzourakis, one of the stars of season 1 of Overtime Boxing in Atlanta, had an absolutely brutal beatdown of Rafael Bokwe, an 8th round TKO win, earned himself a position in this tournament where he is one of the tournament favorites. I think if you ask a lot of people, guys, they're looking at Katzourakis on this side of the bracket, Brandon Adams on the other side of the bracket, if you were to look at tournament favorites, and now he has to live up to the billing.
100%. You see experience on Brandon Adams, and you see ring IQ, and then on this side you see relentlessness and power. And if you look around this arena, you see who packed this place out.
He does live in Houston now, and there is a big.
I think this is his 5th fight in Houston.
The biggest night in the career of Andreas Katzourakis, who left Greece because there was just no mechanism to become a successful pro boxer in Greece. He's found a new home in Houston, and he's looking for a home in the semifinals with a victory tonight.
We continue with the action at Red Owl Boxing Arena as boxing's newest proving ground. Hits the road. It is OTX Friday Night Fights, powered by C4 Energy. Energy that hits. Find it at your local GNC this contest. 10 rounds or less in the super welterweight division. Our officials at ringside. Representing the World Boxing Council, Tommy Ashe. President, Mauricio Suleiman. Our judges scoring the action are Joe Rodriguez, Will Esperon, and Alejandro Leon. And now, Houston, Texas. Prepare to be entertained. The OTX main event is on now. In the blue corner, this fighter has adopted a Mexican style and has taken it across the world, facing off against only world-class opposition tonight. He makes his Lone Star State and OTX debut with a record of 20 victories against only 2 losses, 12 of those victories coming by way of KO. Fighting out of Gorgontepa, Uzbekistan, by way of Los Angeles, California, the Punisher, Kudratillo, Abdukakhorov. Across the ring in the red corner, this 4-time national Greek champion now returns for the 2nd time to the OTX ring as an undefeated professional with 12 victories, 10 of those victories coming by way of KO. Hailing from Athens, Greece, and now representing Houston, Texas, Andreas Katzourakis. With final instruction and final word, our referee, James Green.
Okay, gentlemen, this is the main event, 10 rounds. I gave you your instructions in the dressing room. I want you to protect yourself at all times. At all times, obey my command. Touch him up, back to your opponent.
Two men.
Houston, who it's going to be? Red corner, blue corner. Pick your side.
Two men who have made a path in boxing where, frankly, there was none. No way to become a pro boxer in Greece. Katzourakis made it happen anyway. Abdukakhorov wasn't a member of the national team in Uzbekistan, so he worked on the strawberry farms and herded cows and sheep to make a living. And now, the path to the next level is clear. It's through this tournament bracket. Our main event starts now. And round one, once again, is a money round. And if you want to win $100, if there's a knockout during one of these money rounds, comment #moneyround on the Money Round post at the Overtime Boxing IG page for a shot to win that cash.
So just by hashtagging, you win $100.
That's correct.
Wow, you don't have to bet.
I mean, you have the opportunity to
Somebody's going to get bet. You don't have to place a bet. You can just hashtag.
That's right.
Well, give my phone.
I tried it already. I said we can't do it.
I'm just trying to save you from betting illegalities here. I'm trying to help.
Is Katz trying to establish the jab early in the first round? Control the distance. And the Punisher's doing what he does.
By being backstage with Katzourakis, it just taught me that I learned that he's a thinker. He's a very intelligent guy. He pays attention, and he can break down a fight. So it's going to be interesting to see how he fights this fight tonight.
A straight right hand there from Katzourakis. Volume in the early going here from Abdukakhorov, and this is something we've seen from Abdukakhorov throughout his career. When he is a guy who shells up in front of him, that's his trigger to let his hands go.
Right. Let his hands go to the body and switching stances.
Both guys look in great shape.
Tough physical fighters in Katzourakis and Abdukakhorov.
Great matchup for this man event.
Abdukakhorov is really investing in body shots. Hard shots.
I do believe it's safe to say that the winner of this fight will wind up in the finals.
Well, they're going to have Robert Terry waiting for them.
I don't know about
in the semifinals.
No. Robert Terry surprised me tonight.
Indeed, yes.
I mean, you fight a clearly much bigger guy.
Dominant performance by Robert Terry. We can't overlook him at all. And he's from Jersey City.
Katzourakis is smiling at these punches, but he's going to need to let his hands go eventually.
Yeah, this is a tremendous tempo here in the opening round. But it's Abdukakhorov, who has been a little busier in the opening frame.
I can see Punisher's nose already bleeding. The jab has been landing for Katz.
First round, I know you see he don't got nothing for you. Beautiful work with the jab. I want you to keep staying behind the jab like that. Good straight shots. I know you saw when he touched you there, the shot we were talking about, right? Okay, I got you. Coming up the middle like that. It's there all day long. When you feel them touch there, just count it. Come up the middle on it. Stay behind those jabs like you're doing good work. Give me a little flavor. Give me a little salsa.
I just thought that the whole program was and we're going to run through this fight.
All right, let's go, baby. All right, stay smart.
Action-packed opening round. Sets the table for round two. Kudratillo, Abdukakhorov with a stream of blood already coming from his nose, but he was up off his stool, and he was waiting at center ring first.
And this, I would say that he did enough to win the first round, even though Katz landed some great jabs.
Yeah, it's about volume. And And that's what he's doing. He's throwing more punches.
Katzourakis getting that left hook to the body cooking. Nice, short, quick combination on the inside there from Abdukakhorov.
This is like Triple G fighting another Kuziev. Wide shots, unorthodox from Abdukakhorov. And then you got Katzourakis, he's like poised and really looking for the right shot.
Picking his shots.
Yeah.
And it seems like he's getting closer to that target.
Maybe. I love the angles of Abdukakhorov.
You gotta like that hand speed from Abdukakhorov as well. You saw the smile from Katzourakis a moment ago.
That's an evil smile, man.
Abdukakhorov is staying busy and at the same pace for these first 2 rounds so far.
The question is whether Katzourakis is making Abdukakhorov work a little harder than he wants to, because oftentimes you do see with pressure fighters like Katzourakis, they start slowly, but that's not a slow start. That's a right hand that just rocked Abdukakhorov.
And there goes that evil grin again. Maybe Katzourakis was saying, listen, he's landing more shots, but none of these punches are phasing me.
Hard shot from Abdukakhorov, and Katz is in trouble.
Protect yourself at all times, even when you got your man hurt, because a hurt fight is a dangerous fighter.
Katzourakis is grinning after getting wobbled.
Both
what
guys
a turn of events here in the second.
Both guys hurt by 1 shot.
Looks like both guys recovered as well. Maybe Katzourakis recovered more, even though he was just recently hurt.
Well, we promised a banger in the main event, and this is delivering already. Hard shot to the body from Katzourakis.
I mean, Katz likes to catch in the pocket, but I don't think he should catch too much of those body shots from the Punisher.
Nice right hand there for Abdukakhorov, another one. And he placed it downstairs to the body.
Caught a lot of those shots, though. A lot of those shots up there, up top, missed.
I don't know. They look like he was getting through. I mean, this
guy. Not in that last flurry.
All right, let's see here.
Overhand right. Right on the button.
After a jab landed by Abdukakhorov and then sends him almost down. Maybe Katzourakis should have jumped on him, but boom. This left hook, sneaky left hook, almost sent Katzourakis down.
He's in good shape. He was able
This
to
was a
eat
great
that.
round, yes.
Who do you give that round to?
That's a good question. I think both of them hurt each other, but the more volume again, just like the first round, was Abdukakhorov. So I think the judges might be leaning towards him.
Then again, we don't know what the...
Come on, man. You're supposed to do that.
Round 3 underway. We'll see if they'll pick up where they left off in round 2. Both men coming inches away from suffering a knockdown. The glove of Abdukakhorov was about 2 inches from the canvas. Andreas Katzourakis had to do a pistol squat to stay up.
Yeah, I think Abdukakhorov, I think he's stronger in the right-hand position. And I just think he switches to the left just to throw Katzourakis off his game plan.
See, a lot of those shots are being caught by the gloves.
Yeah, those definitely, yes.
And that's been happening throughout the fight. Come on, ref, they working there.
Yeah,
it's not
I didn't think he
intentional.
had to stop it to say that. Just, keep it up. It didn't look intentional.
These guys are working. Good double jab there.
Yeah, and he got away from the counter.
And then answer with a left hook.
Yes, Katzourakis.
Yeah, both been trading left hooks there.
Good right to the midsection. Be nice to follow that with a left hook.
You and your left hook follows. I'd love to see it tonight, though.
That's the beautiful, that's the best punch to throw after the right uppercut. Or right to the body.
Abdukakhorov trying to probe the guard of Katzourakis. He finds a hole there.
Vicious right hand.
I think that stunned Katzourakis a little bit, but he seems to recover.
You think?
Yeah, he seems to recover. He's walking up.
No, it definitely stunned him for a second.
Trading hooks again on the inside. A dangerous game, frankly, for both men. As Katzourakis tries to come back with a right hand and a left hook to the body.
Kudos to the matchmaking here at OTX.
One thing that I see Abdukakhorov doing different now, he's not moving as much. He's letting his hand go in the pocket as well.
Hard left hook to the body there from Katzourakis.
But Katzourakis is trading more as well now.
Katz is putting his foot on the gas a little bit more.
Yes.
Good body attack. But he's being answered back.
Katzourakis starting to enjoy the dimensions of this ring. Starting to get Abdukakhorov on the ropes with more regularity here in round 3.
Seems like the stronger fighter right now.
The body work there from Abdukakhorov, though.
Abdukakhorov is definitely the busier.
Right, and even though he hurt him, it seems like he hurt him possibly 2 times. It does seem like Katzourakis' punches are harder.
Yeah.
In my first OTX fight, I applied pressure to begin through the end. I brought him down the first couple of rounds, and we got the stoppage down in the 8th round. I'm becoming more experienced, and I'm adding more stuff on my arsenal. The way I prepare for the fight, my power, my stamina, my smartness in the ring, and I'm gonna show you tonight.
Both fighters were busy. Like I said before, Abdukakhorov was going to the body and had a nice counter right hand.
Beautiful counter right hand.
And this is where Katzourakis had Abdukakhorov on the ropes and landed a nice left hook.
After catching his left hook, he's been doing that a lot.
Round 4 underway.
You was right.
Abdukakhorov is the busy guy, and he's landing some shots. I'm just making a statement that he's not landing all of the shots.
Gotcha.
Katzourakis felt that he had a blueprint in the Cody Crowley fight, in the way that Crowley just kind of overwhelmed and broke down Abdukakhorov in that fight. Obviously, Crowley, Katzourakis, different fighters, but we've seen Abdukakhorov kind of melt under this type of pressure in the past, but he said he wasn't really prepared the right way for that fight. He had a different corner. Things weren't right for him in that fight. He feels that he's a different fighter coming into tonight's fight.
Well, he looks like one so far.
Styles makes fights. But yeah, you're right. He is different tonight.
Yeah,
Keeping a
like
left hand there from Abdukakhorov. Sorry.
No, I like that power jab that Katz is throwing, but I think he should bring it downstairs and up. Downstairs, make Abdukakhorov think a little bit more.
Good uppercut by Katzourakis.
Powerful jab there from Katzourakis.
Love it. Love to see that.
Hard right hand over the top there from Abdukakhorov. Might have glanced off the shoulder, but it got the attention of Katzourakis.
Man, he shoots that jab good, but you gotta come back with something after that. Jab to the midsection. Katz is starting to realize, okay, this is not going to be an easy night. I'm going to have to let my hands go a little bit more.
And that ref will stop the action for
God.
almost anything. Hey, listen, stop. Pull your shorts up.
Abdukakhorov just measuring with that lead hand. Good counter left hook on the inside from Katzourakis, but they trade shots on the inside.
Abdukakhorov doesn't want this fight to be stopped at all. He had his laces taped up. He wants no type of interruption.
Abdukakhorov wants to be as busy as humanly possible.
Yes.
And he's got a willing participant in Katzourakis who is going to be in his face all night long.
He's timing Katzourakis with that right hand very, very well.
Big right hand over the top from Katzourakis. And another clubbing shot.
Wow.
Exchange at the end of the round.
What a back and forth at the end of that round.
Back and forth, but those hard shots are coming from Katzourakis.
I mean, I tell you guys, another matchup that is not easy to score.
At the end, you cannot get careless at the end. Okay, and I'm gonna need the cold red. You got the cold one. Okay. At the end. What round is this? It's okay or no? Yeah, it's okay. You did a little, got careless at the end, all right? Don't get careless at the end. Remember, we told you 30 seconds. We gotta finish strong. Win the round at the last. Agree. All right, you can do it, Mel. You can do it. You can do it.
Stop it. He's not going to report in 3 more rounds.
Okay, fine. Find the uppercut right here, all right?
Well, Abdukakhorov in a hurry to get this round underway. He was up and waiting about 20 seconds earlier than he had to be.
Did they just play Kendrick Lamar? Didn't they know Jay Prince was in the building here?
I don't know. I don't think the DJ knew.
I'm going to blame that on you, Corey.
Do not blame that on me. I don't want the finger guns coming.
Corey is from Toronto.
Yes, exactly.
Beautiful.
We see some of the action from the previous round, an action-packed round 4.
That is some of the best work by Katzourakis right there. Not just landing the more punches in that exchange, but also defensively sound.
Nice counter left hand on the inside there from Katzourakis, but Abdukakhorov comes back with one of his own.
Sometimes the basics take you a long way, and the way he keeps his right hand up by his chin, he caught so many left hooks today.
Katzourakis,
yes. Protecting his chin.
Wow. Beautiful left hook to the body there from Abdukakhorov.
Wow, good body work. Good head movement by Katz. But then he gets hit.
Right hand comes over the top from Katzourakis. Continuing to creep closer to Abdukakhorov. Beautiful left hook up top. Katzourakis has his hometown Houston fans.
Bend your knees, look at the body. Look at the body.
On their feet right now, the Greek flags coming back out.
What do you think, you? Hook, left hook.
Guys, I know it's early, it's only the 5th round, but I mean, the way this fight is going, we might see another overtime round in the same night.
I think somebody's going to go down in this fight. I think Katzourakis is found a home for like the lead uppercut and the backhand uppercut.
Turn right there.
Like I just said.
Turn right there. Come on. Wait. He wants to fight. Please fight, baby.
Comes back, though.
This is a different energy from Katzourakis this round.
Yes.
A little more playful.
Wow.
A little more confident.
What a power jab to check left hook right there. Beautiful right uppercut.
Katzourakis putting it all together here in the second half of round 5.
He's getting real comfortable in the zone. I don't know if he took a lot out of Abdukakhorov. Doesn't seem like he has the same steam on those shots.
The menacing smile on the face of Katzourakis. He's loving this right now.
That's what you call a turn-up. That's what you call a turn-up. Katzourakis turned it up to the next
gear.
Next
gear. That's how you put that pressure on. Like the flavor, like the sauce. Keep that up. Just make sure you know what I mean? Your eyes are set when you want it. Make sure you keep that right hand up when you're doing it. Keep the sauce, keep the flavor. Great round. Great round. No more. Look at him. Make sure you continue to stay sharp. Keep going. When you see how that right hand landed for you beautifully, same thing. You drop them up the middle, you're there for it all day. Keep doing it. I see you work on the combination over here on the rope. Executed it beautifully. You see that again.
What an atmosphere here at the Owl's Nest for this main event. The Greek community in Houston has come out in support of this man, Andreas Katzourakis, who had his best round of the fight in round 5.
He might have taken both last rounds on the judges' scorecard.
So halfway through the fight, guys, who's up in this fight? Because I'm still having trouble coming up with that decision.
That's a tough one. You know, I haven't been scoring the fight, but I can tell you that it seems to be leaning in Katzourakis' favor at the moment.
Yeah, I think we can safely say where the momentum has been heading over the last 6 minutes or so, and we'll see if Katzourakis can keep that up.
If he can keep that pressure up.
I think he did take a lot. Oof. Then again, Abdukakhorov right back. There's almost no unanswered shots by Abdukakhorov.
Nice right hand right down the middle from Katzourakis.
Yeah, we see volume from Abdukakhorov, but we don't see him sitting down on any shots. And it literally just looks like Katzourakis, every shot is a power shot.
Now, really, the question, going back to your query, Ak, is did Abdukakhorov put a lot of those early rounds in the bank? Because while that volume was working for him in the early going, Katzourakis was applying pressure, but he was getting outthrown by Katzourakis. So now we might have seen this momentum shift, but where are the scorecards at right now?
Absolutely. I'll tell you one thing, Robert Terry has his hands filled with either guy.
Yeah, and the stats are telling us that Abdukakhorov is throwing way more punches, but guess who's landing the most punches? You know, it's like what you're saying. The cleanest shots is Katzourakis, and maybe he is catching those shots. Yep, like that.
Seems like he's not affected as much as Abdukakhorov when he gets hit.
Nice right hand a moment ago from Katzourakis. Body work there from Abdukakhorov.
Good body work.
And a good left hook upstairs.
Nice left hook from Katz to the body down.
Well, even if you think Abdukakhorov is doing the better work, he's having to work hard to get his work done.
Right.
Seems that way.
I wouldn't say the better work because I think a judge is looking at who's landing the more effective shots.
I would say the more volume is coming from Abdukakhorov, and maybe not so much in the last 2 rounds.
Right. Even still, if the volume, obviously is coming from Abdukakhorov.
Not as effective.
Yeah.
Took a moment ago from Katzourakis. Reply from Abdukakhorov right at the bell.
Hey, listen, Katz said it to us. I'm going to break him down early. Second half of the fight, you guys will see I'm going to stop him. Well, listen, we're at the second half of this fight. We'll see how it plays out.
Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. How you feel? You're slowing down, big. Hey, give me some spit. Hey. Mijo, you're slowing down, Mil. You're slowing down. Hold the water. Slowing down. Give me your insult. Slowing down. You're slowing down, all right? Don't slow down. Come on, Uzbek time. How many rounds? 7 finish. 7. Gotta be strong, Mil. You got to be strong. 3 rounds almost? Yes, you gotta be strong. Be strong, baby.
Round 7 underway. back-and-forth battle between Andreas Katzourakis and Kudratillo Abdukakhorov. Nice body shot there from Abdukakhorov. And
that didn't seem like a low blow to me.
No, it did not.
I think the ref is being excessive with stopping the fight.
I hate talking about refs, but I think we got an issue here.
Ever since Barack took that referee course, he's so lenient on refs.
I mean, you gotta like a guy with a bow tie, you know?
Well, credit to Abdukakhorov, even after that warning, he's gone back to the body about 5 times. He's not shying away from placing those shots right along the belt line.
He wants to take some of the steam off of Katzourakis' shots. I don't blame him.
Abdukakhorov, at least to this point in round 7, using his hand speed, using his footwork a little bit more.
Corey and Barack, what guy would you rather be right now at this point?
I guess I'd rather be Katzourakis because I know that I would feel like I have the stronger punches and I can feel like I can hurt him. But we also seen him get hurt as well.
Absolutely.
I will say, looking at both fighters in their corners between rounds, Abdukakhorov looked like a fighter in distress. He looked tired. He looked like he was in pain. That doesn't mean he's losing the fight.
No.
But there was very different body languages going on in either corner of the ring.
100%.
Nice right hand over the top there from Katzourakis. Look at that reply from Abdukakhorov, though.
Like I said, there's really not too many unanswered shots. Because Abdukakhorov always comes back with something.
Can he maintain that for 3 more rounds after this?
We shall see.
These shots.
We shall see.
Okay, thank you. Show him. He just stopped and said, hey, I had a hip replacement. Just wanted to let you know.
My goodness. Hey, can you sub refs out? I think we should start doing that.
Left hand to the body a moment ago from Abdukakhorov. Both of these men are insistent upon getting the last word in exchanges, and when you get 2 fighters with that mentality in the ring, it produces this, a damn good fight right now.
And as soon as one of the guys is going to get a good word, the ref says, hold on.
What a shot from Katzourakis over the top. But back comes Kudratillo. Nice left hand there for Abdukakhorov, and that'll do it for round 7.
A lot of back and forth action.
You see those shots getting a little wider, right? A little wider and wider. It's beautiful work staying behind the jab. He's getting you in there perfectly. Just remember, once you get in there, you got to go to work. Dig that body, work both sides. Stay tight, keep it close. Keep the defense tight. I'm trying to grab the bucket for you. No more.
Is it good?
No unnecessary. No taking no unnecessary punches in here. Move the head or move.
See that right hand right there went right over the hands of Abdukakhorov, and it stunned him. You seen it moved him. Whether it stunned him or not, the force moved him. That's how hard Katzourakis is punching.
And you know, Corey pointed out that Abdukakhorov seems distressed, but you look at Katz in his corner, he seems fresh and he's breathing comfortably.
Right, but once again, are you winning the fight?
Well, look, wow, that's a great power jab by Katz.
The round 8 begins in this first round matchup in the OTX 154-pound tournament. And this is potentially the best one yet between Katzourakis and Abdukakhorov.
That right hook by Katz just missed.
Abdukakhorov is not done. He's not giving up on this fight. He might even be up.
Abdukakhorov's team stressed to us that stamina would never be an issue with him. They told us we have to stop him from running up the mountains. We have to tell him, please stop, go home.
But did he leave it all in the mountains? Doesn't look like it so far. He's still ticking.
Right hand to the body there from Abdukakhorov.
Kat says he's going to score a late round stoppage. We're in round 8 right now. Has to happen soon.
Hard body shot from Abdukakhorov, but that one may have legitimately gotten him.
Okay.
It looked like it landed on the 5, Katzourakis.
Well, it's like the boy who cried wolf, all right?
Trading jabs in the center of the ring. Pace slowing a little bit here in round 8 as Katzourakis tries to work behind that heavy jab. But the more this becomes kind of a distance battle and just a volume and hand speed battle, I think it favors Abdukakhorov.
I agree with you. I think right now the difference is Katz, to me, is doing more damage with his shots, but Abdukakhorov is not enough to stop his flow and his momentum. He's still the more volume puncher.
Well, and one thing Abdukakhorov has done well in this fight, even when he's absorbed big shots from Katzourakis, I go back to that phrase, getting the last word. Yeah. Even when he gets hit, he's coming back with something to put it in the judge's minds. Hey, maybe that wasn't that bad. And hey, the last thing you remember is what I'm landing.
Nothing unanswered.
There's a good shot from Katzourakis, though. But again, back comes Abdukakhorov. Absolute warfare in our main event.
Good round. Very smart, good round. You see him opening, I know you see him. In between, he opening up more. Take your time on that, let it come. It's going to come. He getting wider and wider in between. Pick those shots in between. Stay sharp on your jab. Defense was great. Great round. One more of that. The openings are gonna come. You felt that right when you landed.
Gotta finish strong, Miko. This is number 9 coming. Number 9 coming. The jab is working. Work around the number right here and throw your stuff, baby.
Well, this main event has delivered so far, and we've got potentially 2 more rounds. But hey, potentially more. We've got overtime rounds. We've seen one.
Hey, I said it earlier. This could potentially be that type of fight because some of these rounds, Corey, it's been difficult to score for me.
We heard in between rounds our MC for this evening, Lupe Contreras, announced, must have got the beat on the CompuBox stats, that Abdukakhorov has thrown an average of 90 punches per round. Those are big boy numbers, huh?
Big boy numbers. Not too many fighters in the entire sport of boxing today can say they can match those numbers.
Another hard body shot. You see that right hand just slapping the body of Katzourakis, but Katzourakis coming back with a right hand of his own.
I think Katz is in a way tougher fight than he anticipated.
All right, let's send it over to Barak, who is in the corner of Abdukakhorov.
All right, do you think your fighter's winning the fight?
I really think he's winning the fight. The fighter in the team lost 1 round because he's got the referee kind of told me he was hitting low blows when it was borderline. But I think we're winning the fight. We're going to go to deep waters, and that's where we want to go. Take him to deep waters. We're ready to go.
All right, you got him in deep waters. You've seen that you could hurt him. Do you want to stop him or you just want to box?
No, we're looking for a big shot if we find it. But we're not going to be, if it comes, it comes. We're just looking to, let's go, baby. Right there. The jab's got to work. We're setting him up with the jab so we can set up something with a hook, with the uppercut. Right there. We're scared to throw body shots because the ref, it's going to take a point from us when they're borderline. Right there, Q.
I appreciate your time. Thank you, Chad.
I think Katz hurt Abdukakhorov to the body on that one.
Yeah, and there was a little lapse in concentration, from Abdukakhorov that nearly cost him dearly. But Abdukakhorov potentially feeling that body shot from a moment ago. And a nice counter shot there from Katzourakis.
Big round for Katz here.
Final 30 seconds of round 9. Good combination from Katzourakis. That left hook scored up top.
As he showboats a little bit, feeling really comfortable here in this 9th round.
Trading shots on the inside. Katzourakis felt like he got the best of it. That's a good round for Katz.
As they respect and dap each other as they go to their corners.
Take a deep breath. It's the last round. You got to give everything, all right? Last round.
Got all the gas in the tank. I just want you to be sharp this round. Sharp, stay smart. Won't leave nothing in here. It's yours. It's yours for the taking. That's it. That's it. Everything, you're going to be swinging for everything.
This was a very good round for Katzourakis. That left hook was perfectly timed, and it shook him up a little bit.
Big round for Katz as he lands that triple jab there.
Even his jab seems to push Abdukakhorov back.
The money round.
Respect.
It's the money round, round 10. And for the last time here tonight, comment #MoneyRound on the Money Round post on the Overtime Boxing IG page if you want a chance to win $100. Notice I did not say that this is the 10th and final round because who knows? These could be razor-thin scorecards. We've already seen an overtime round here tonight.
Absolutely. And if you ask me right now, put a gun to my head, who's winning this fight, I couldn't tell you.
I mean, if somebody got a gun to your head, you got to say something. I think both corners think that their fight is winning, but I like that both fighters are showing urgency no matter what.
Katz having a cut on his
Yeah, he does. That blood is flowing from the left eye of Katzourakis, and there was a left hand that landed right on that gash.
It's pretty badly bruised, but it's not stopping him.
No. Oh, this is the last round. No cut or bruise is going to stop Katz right now.
I mean, Abdukakhorov is landing some punches.
So is Katz.
This has been
a 1-2, 1-2-1 there.
A volume punching bonanza in our main event. Hard right hand connects there from Katzourakis. Grinning and squinting through the blood. Katzourakis is loving this fight.
Urgency is there from both guys. But Katz is in a fresher place right now. Moving forward, picking his shots.
I have not seen Katzourakis tired this entire fight.
No, and he has found another gear of pressure right now. Abdukakhorov looking tired here in the 10th round, and understandably so, given the pressure and also given his own output all night long.
Wow, but he hasn't stopped.
These two fellas trash talked a little bit with each other, but they have to have nothing but respect for one another when this is over. What a battle.
Everybody should be on their feet right now for these two warriors.
The crowd is on their feet. How are these two men on their feet?
Wow.
What a war between Katzourakis and Abdukakhorov as Katzourakis uncorks a big left hook and gets the final word in this one, but my goodness, what a fight.
Unbelievable fight. Let me put this gun to Ock's head. Who won the fight?
I'm dead.
Well, we will await the scorecards. A tough night for the judges here in Houston tonight. Up and down the card, but
judges don't get paid enough. Fights like this. This was an amazing fight.
well, let's take a look back at the highlights from this one. And this is basically one big highlight reel, Barack, this entire fight.
Oh, that was the first knockdown by Katzourakis. Well, it wasn't a knockdown, but he hurt him in the same round. Abdukakhorov came back with a left hook and hurt Katz as well. Ebbs and flows throughout the entire fight. Maybe the hardest shots were coming from Katzourakis, like that one right there, that overhand right and that uppercut. But it did not deter Abdukakhorov from at least keeping up that volume throughout the entire fight. Even the power jab seemed to push Abdukakhorov's back. Beautiful combination.
High level, volume punching all night long. Who will advance to the semifinals? Only Lupe Contreras knows. Let's find out.
Ladies and gentlemen, after going the distance inside the OTX ring, we consult the official scorecard to determine a winner. Judge Rodriguez scores about 95-95, even a draw. Overruled by Judge Esperon, who scores about 98-92. And Judge Leon, who scores at 96-94 for the winner by way of majority decision. And moving on in the OTX Super Welterweight Tournament. Fighting out of Houston, Texas, Andreas Katzourakis.
So Andreas Katzourakis will advance to the semifinals, much to the delight of all the Greek fans here in Houston. That aside, Barack, 98-92 for Katzourakis just does not sit well with me.
I mean, when I'm sitting here and we hear the cards, that's 8 rounds to 2. It couldn't have gone either way for either fighter. No fighter in this ring won 8 rounds. But at the end of the day, I'm not mad at the decision, but it's the scorecards that just make it,
you know. It's that scorecard, 95-95, 96-94.
That's fine.
All right.
That's fine.
98-92 is giving Katzourakis the benefit of the doubt in each and every round. We'll talk about that after. Congratulations to Katzourakis, who is standing by with Ak.
First off, thanks, guys. First off, congratulations. What a war. What a fight. Going into this fight, you told us that Abdukakhorov was tough, but you will break him down later on in the late rounds. Was he better than you expected?
I don't know if he was better than I expected or if it was harder for me to connect with some punches, which makes sense what you say. So he was a little harder than I expected. I don't know how well I performed. Definitely not a draw. I mean, how did you score it?
It was so hard to score. It was a phenomenal fight, I'll tell you that.
Hard to score.
But listen, his volume was heavy. You landed a lot of the harder shots. Great power jab. What was your biggest challenge in the fight?
I think it was my mistake. Sometimes I would let him jab 4 and 5 times. Because he was hitting my defense, I didn't think much of it. But at the end of the day, those are punches that the refs see, and I wasn't replying. So I think that was a mistake of mine. But other than that, I have to go back and rewatch it.
Well, I'll tell you, it seemed like your shots were doing more damage, right? He was a guy in the ring where people would not want to be from the looks in the corner. You look fresher in the corner. You're moving on to the next round, obviously. Robert Terry won tonight. Did you watch any of his highlights in the dressing room?
I didn't watch the highlights. I watched the first couple of rounds. I think I watched here and there some more rounds. I think it's going to be a fun fight. I don't think Terry has a lot to give me in terms of power. He definitely has a nice boxing ability, but I think it's going to be an easier fight than Kudratillo.
So you think tonight was the tougher fight?
I think tonight might have been the toughest fight of the tournament.
Phenomenal fight. Congratulations. Looking forward to seeing you in the next round, champ. Guys.
A fantastic main event, and there's your winner, Andreas Katzourakis, who will advance to the semifinals, and we know that he will be meeting Robert Terry in the semis. Of course, on the other side of the bracket, Brandon Adams, Francisco Varone. Any combination of those 4 fighters is going to be a lot of fun, but you're going to have to work hard to top that fight, Barack, in terms of best fight of the tournament.
Oh, this is definitely, I know the fans are voting for this fight as the top fight of the night, you know, that C4 top fight of the night. But that's the thing about these tournaments, man. Like, literally, the best are going to fight the best. And I can't wait to see this in OTX 10. I really can't.
You saw the bracket there. Our semifinals will be coming up in August at OTX 10. We can't wait for those semifinal matchups. And I can't wait to see the punch stats for this main event, Barack. I mean, credit to whoever was counting tonight for CompuBox. If it was Aris Pina, if it was Lee Groves, go ice your hands after this one. Look at this. Kudratillo Abdukakhorov threw 971 punches in 10 rounds, but he was outlanded, according to CompuBox, 206 to 149. So, again, a very difficult fight to score. You see the volume of Abdukakhorov, and that could be dazzling at times, but clearly Katzourakis, according to CompuBox, a lot more accurate here tonight.
Right, and I want to know what's going to go through the mind of Abdukakhorov when he goes back home and he sees this punch stat, looks at the tape and say, damn, okay, I know I was very, very busy, but my percentage is extremely low.
And you were pointing this out a couple times during the night, too, that as nice as some of those combinations from Abdukakhorov were looking, there's a lot catching elbows, a lot catching gloves at times. We'll catch up with Ake in just a moment, but let's take a look back at tonight's highlights. All action from beginning to end, beginning with Breon Gorham.
Counter-punching was amazing in this shot, and that was just a delayed reaction, but he went down.
Great performance by that young man today.
As you watch tonight's highlights, a reminder that these Fight of the Night highlights are presented by C4 Energy that hits. And don't forget to vote on your favorite fight on the Overtime Boxing Instagram. I have a feeling a lot of votes will be coming in for the main event. There are a lot of fans out there of Leanna Cruz, who joined us at the commentary table here tonight also.
Right, she's probably not going to win Fight of the Night, but she definitely showed a lot of skills, and got another victory, 9-0 now.
Show some skills here too, Barack.
Yeah, I know.
In the booth.
And it's like he was
Giovanni Marquez, ultimately victorious in this fight against Jason Limon, initially ruled a draw after an overtime round, but then retroactively it was revealed that Marquez was the rightful winner of this fight. Some breaking news broken by you, Barack.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you look at it, it wasn't really too many punches landed in that round, and the only significant punch was Marquez. Now, you can argue the other rounds.
I thought Lupe maybe should have let it be known in the arena what happened. I don't think they made an announcement with that.
That's a good point. People at home know, but the people here don't know.
Well, no mystery as to who won this one. Robert Terry with a masterclass boxing performance against Esteban Villalobos.
100%.
I mean, you couldn't give Villalobos one round in this fight. It was a one-sided fight.
And that round, maybe, I know the crowd was thinking that it was going to be stopped, but Villalobos hung in there.
How does he play out against Katz on the next one?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, you've seen the relentlessness of Katz here, but you've seen him get rocked there with a counter shot, coming in, not being defensively sound.
Yeah, we saw Terry deal with the pressure of Esteban Villalobos here tonight. This is a different level, a different caliber of pressure that he's going to have to contend with from Andreas Katzourakis in our semifinals coming up in August on OTX 10. As you see, Katz getting attended to by the ringside physicians.
He's getting that glue he's getting the glue, his cut glued right here, ringside.
Well,
he might give him stitches right here.
Well, what a night of action it was from H-Town, Houston, Texas. Andreas Katzourakis and Robert Terry advancing to the semifinals. For my broadcast colleagues, Ak and Barak, I'm Corey Erdman saying so long, and we'll see you at the fights.
Live on DAZN worldwide.
June 1st, 5v5.
This is everything.
5 of my best. Bang, bang.
5 of my best.
You prepare yourself. There's gonna be a war.
And we take no prisoners, fellas.
We've got the best 5 fighters.
Queensbury better than Matchroom. You are having a bubble bath, Frankie.
Victory shall be ours.
Right, boys.
This is everything.
We want to win this.
Only one result required. Victory. This is it. This is the moment. Live on DAZN worldwide.